So, hello and welcome. Hello to Crabby Hermit and Claire and anyone else who might be lurking in the chat and are watching in the future. We are continuing our mob movie month by going from, if not, a foundational text of the genre to the what can be probably called by most the masterpiece of the genre.
Yeah, I think this movie is. It wasn't the first. This movie is the Dyson to Little Caesar's Hoover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It didn't
Yeah.
invent it, but it did perfect it.
Yeah.
And that's and this movie, you see the impact of this movie on every movie that followed, mafia genre and otherwise. There's things that happen in this movie that appear in cop movies, mafia movies, dramas, and this movie as well, in its own way, I think came at a very good time. I actually wrote it down as part of my notes. This movie, this was near the tail end of the Vietnam War as well.
Yeah.
So that gives you Nixon's been sworn in January. This movie gets released later on in the year. This movie is very much a reaction to what was at the time, I think, a very common mentality in America of this anti-authority. Not necessarily anti-authority, that's the wrong word. I think Americans were looking for a different authority.
Yeah.
I think confidence in the American government in the 20th century was at an all-time low. People didn't trust Johnson because Vietnam and everything else. Nixon's only just come in and it's a swing to the right wing. And people are looking for an authority, and they're looking for something that speaks to a historical style of governance that maybe they can latch onto. And I think a lot of the reason this movie in that regard did so well is because people looked at it and went, hang on, the way they behave goes back to the Roman Empire, and we know Americans love going back to the Roman Empire. We know this. Everything from your plantations to your government buildings are designed on
To
ancient Roman architecture. Your mythology is very similar.
To our foreign relations.
Yeah, the only thing that could make America more like the Roman Empire is if they arrived on the Mayflower and the indigenous people gave them pizza. That's the level we're talking about here. Because even the founding myths are very similar to the founding myths of ancient Rome and the Aeneid. And this film really taps into the client system that was prevalent in ancient Rome. You all know I'm a classicist, so this is me fangirling a little bit. And the idea of, in ancient Rome, there was the client system. Rich people would have clients who attended them every day and paid their respects every morning and followed them to the area. And would vote the way they wanted to in elections if they voted, or this person might even vote on their behalf.
Yeah.
They would go to this person, and this person was... there are direct parallels between that and The Godfather, and the behaviour of The Godfather, and this whole thing of a man cannot refuse a request made on his daughter's wedding day. That's straight out of ancient Rome. That is straight out of ancient Rome. That is a thing that happened. Clients would go to their patrons on the day of the patron's daughter's wedding and ask a favour, and he could not refuse. It was a point of honour.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I do actually have the very first page of this book, Founding Myth of the Mafia. So
Yeah, all goes back to ancient Rome. And
Not
obviously
quite
they're
that, yeah.
Sicilian.
this is
So,
their founding myth, not
they-
necessarily. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but the practices go back to ancient Roman. And if you ever listen to Coppola's commentary on this film, he mentions that client system more than once. So it was obviously done very intentionally there. So yeah, that's the historical context for this film. America trying to be ancient Rome again, especially at a time when America didn't really like what it already had.
And we're definitely gonna get more into this next week on the Godfather Part 2.
Yeah.
But
definitely, yeah.
It also speaks to how underserved communities have to make their own societies within society.
Yes, definitely, very much so. But that's definitely a conversation for next week as opposed to this week.
We see a little bit.
It touches on it this.
It touches on it
this week. But I want to leave us something to talk about next week.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
We can touch on it this week, but we can get into it in more detail next week.
Well, I'm saying I'm acknowledging the presence of that theme in this movie, but since The Godfather Part 2 delves into it much deeper, that's probably all we're really gonna get out of it this week. Yeah.
Cool. So that's the context. Now, the reason I brought up Vietnam, because I took a few notes and did a few things. The book came out the year after both the Tet Offensive and the My Lai Massacre.
Yeah.
Because they were in '68. So this book was released at the height of protests in America against Vietnam. It was a bestseller. It was a bestseller for multiple weeks. I think it's something like 9 weeks or something stupid.
Well, I mean,
so like 2 million copies.
The fact that it was picked up pretty much immediately for a movie adaptation just tells you all you really need to know about how hard it hit the stands.
It does, but you need to understand the politics of Hollywood at the time. Coppola was an unknown director. This movie was only budgeted for $2.5 million. This was meant to be a very low budget movie.
Yeah.
When this movie was first written, they wrote the script for Coppola originally, and the movie was supposed to be a modern adaptation originally. So the first script had like hippies and shit in it.
Okay, it's a good thing we didn't get that.
Yeah. Then as the book got more and more successful, as they were filming, because it was only like a 62-day shoot, as they were filming, the book was climbing the bestseller charts as well. And they basically, it was a throwaway film. It was a fuckery film to give a young director they could push around because they wanted this movie made. But as the film as the book got more and more popular, Coppola then had more and more grounds to stand and say, actually, no, I want to do this as a period piece.
Yeah.
And that's how he did it. And he went to Mario Puzo and they worked on it together. So Puzo wrote the book, also had a major hand in this.
Yeah, he has a big hand in the screenplay for this.
Yeah. As he did in all three films, to be fair.
Yeah.
And it is...
there's a third film?
Yes, there is, but we don't talk about that. Allegedly, there is a third film. We don't talk about the third film.
We invoke the bad-tempered badger rule. That's not canon.
Yes. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about the third film. This film, just this one film.
Yeah.
Originally slated to cost $2.5 million.
Yeah.
Budget finally clocked in at $6.5 million. In a 62-day shoot, so an 8-week shoot, for the first 3 weeks of the shoot, Coppola was scared he was going to be fired. They were
Yeah.
talking about firing him and bringing someone else in because they thought he couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So a lot of this film was done under this whole movie. This movie is like, I feel like Howard Carter's ghost haunted this movie. There were so many problems.
There is a fantastic. I didn't see Coppola's commentary on this, but it is on YouTube. There is a documentary about the issues they had making this movie, with issues, and obviously with Paramount and being the studio that put this out, and with production, and that was touched on the fight to keep this as a period piece rather than being a modern early 1970s interpretation of the book, to the big amount of problems with a group called the Italian American Civil Rights League.
We will get to them.
We've got to talk about that at some point.
We've got to talk about them at some point, but there's a more interesting point to talk about them. One thing, I think that's a good, unless there's anything anyone's got to add, that's a good foundation to lay to talk about this film.
So, one thing I will say is, with Little Caesar and I may be completely talking out of my ass on this because I'm not that well versed in mafia movies.
I'm sure Scummer will correct you if you are.
Yeah. But the earlier school, the earlier school of the mob movie was basically mafia mob story, gangster story as a morality tale.
Yeah, this is definitely not a morality tale.
The
bad guy wins in this movie.
Yeah, well, no. What I'm getting to is what we're seeing with The Godfather is the genre evolving beyond its roots.
Yeah. And I think there's a number of reasons for that as well with this movie. Is you've had a lot of mob movies or whatever, but one big difference I suppose with this movie is that a lot of the previous mob movies didn't have that. We had an idea, we knew the mob was a thing, but we didn't really know a lot about the mob, the way it was structured, the way this movie is in an era when that is very much this is no longer the case. Sorry, I was wondering if it was me that had frozen.
No, it's Ring. You're fine.
Ring. But yeah, I mean, go back a few years before the book. To give a bit of historical context here, there was a Senate hearing where a low-level mafioso came in to testify called Joe Valachi, who, for the first time ever, really publicly not only exposed the fact that yes, the mafia, for lack of a better term, or Cosa Nostra, as we first heard it from Valachi, existed, but explained how it was structured, who the bosses were, how there was 5 families in New York. Now, there had been a film with Charles Bronson based on Joe Valachi called The Valachi Papers. Wasn't very much a success, but in a certain way, this, obviously, those revelations definitely helped with Mario Puzo when he was obviously doing research for this book. And he actually, I know Puzo, when he wrote the book, went to Las Vegas and started hanging around some of the mobsters and stuff to try and
he started hanging around the casino that Frank Sinatra had shares in.
Yeah.
And Frank Sinatra did not like him at all for a long time.
No.
Which we will get to because there's I'll put a pin in that.
It might be it might be worth putting a pin in. Yeah,
let's put a pin in that because the thing you've got to understand as well, The Godfather is very stylized in a way previous mob movies weren't. So this whole thing of wearing tuxedos and dark rooms and cigars and the anisette and the call me Godfather and all this, a lot of that didn't actually exist in real life. But this film was so popular and got so much attention that the mafia started imitating this film.
I wanted to. You stole my thunder. I was going to add that later because in the documentary I watched, there's an FBI agent who was surveying the mob at the time. One of the few FBI agents who was in the early 70s, I should point out. Actually noted that after the success of The Godfather, he said he started watching these mob guys starting to act like Vito Corleone or so. He just, and with the mannerisms and the way they, they embraced. This again. We'll come back to this later. This is a movie the mob did not want made. And that yet when this was released, they embraced it. They wanted to be. This is almost
because
this
movie there's a lot of
they saw themselves.
It's very idealized. There's a lot of obviously toxic masculinity in there, but it speaks to a history of honor and duty and family that is very Italian, very Catholic Italian.
Yeah,
it's very Catholic, full stop. But the Catholicism is the impact on Italian culture. It's very similar to the behaviours one would expect from almost medieval minor aristocracy in Italy. This is the kind of behaviour you'd expect from the Sforzas, the Medici, the Pazzi. These really famous Florentine families who had popes and were in the politics of that. They're the forerunners of the mafia.
Yeah.
And then prior to that, it's the upper classes of Roman society. So there is a direct line from the patron-client system that I mentioned earlier to this movie and to the mob as it stands or as it stood.
In some of these outskirts of like places in the Mediterranean, meaning like Sicily, southern Italy. Also, I think we should note Corsica, because Noodle and I have talked about this before. Go and see Asterix in Corsica, which I think is on Noodle's channel. It's
I think it is, yeah.
Because
I always got the really bad ones, and Corsica was one of the bad ones.
Yeah, I got all the good ones, and there was one right near the very end. I copped a really bad one, and finally,
But what I was getting at is
ones.
When you talk about this link between sort of ancient Rome, medieval aristocracy, and then the mob, there's always been throughout history this concept of living with honour, doing your duty. Knowing your place, knowing your loyalties. And I don't think there really is a social structure in modernity that gets as close to that as Cosa Nostra.
Yeah.
And it is very much, and it's this thing of it's Casa Nostra, meaning our house, our home, our family.
Our thing. I think is the usual way it's translated.
And then there's a book. This film is obviously based on a series of books. The last book in the series is called Omerta, the Law of Silence.
Which is Code of Silence.
Which is family above all else, basically. Like, if you get locked up, if you get beaten, tortured, whatever, as long as you keep your silence and you keep your loyalty, you know your family will be looked after.
Yeah.
And you know you will be looked after if they manage to recover you.
Mafia histories, you can see, is something I have a little bit of an interest in.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you got to the point where the only way to turn someone from being in the mafia is to offer them something the mafia can't offer them. And that's protection from the mafia itself. But the real problem they had in real life with turning snitches, grasses, whatever you want to call them, from the mafia was they all knew this law of omerta, this law of silence that said as long as you stay silent, you are safe and you are protected and you are one of us.
Yeah.
Now that's a really important, and as long as you are loyal to the family and to the Don. And that's a really important point, but that's something to put a pin in for next week, I think.
for next week, or even whenever we do Goodfellas as well. That's
Yeah, for Goodfellas as well, but definitely for next week. It's the family. It very much is. It's that brotherhood. It's the same sort of. You see it sometimes in films that glorify the behaviour of people in the military getting really close. That brotherhood of soldiers. That brotherhood of, you know, and it is that it's bonds forged in war.
And I've read, like I said, I've read a few things on all kinds. There's some stories about I'm trying to remember which book it was, but it was one of the guys who infiltrated, one of the cops who infiltrated one of the outlaw motorcycle gangs, who have their own sort of similar structure.
Yeah, the motorcycle gangs again, probably the closest thing to the mafia really.
Yeah, and he even ironically enough, a lot of the people that join them are ex-military. But he actually, the guy, this is an undercover cop. He said at one time he was very much contemplating just saying, "Fuck it, fuck being a law enforcer. I'm gonna ride off to the sunset with these guys because these guys care about me more than my own people."
Yeah,
you know, he actually
had
that.
If you like, if anyone's seen the Fast and Furious movies, it's the whole attitude that Dom has of family first, family above all else, to the point that he flips a copper just by treating him like one of the guys.
I never thought we'd get a Fast and Furious reference on Medium Musings.
Don't worry. I'm quietly petitioning that one day we're going to do at least one of the movies. So.
Okay, well, I have thoughts on that, but we'll talk about that later. I think Ring's still having some technical issues here, so where do you want to go next with this?
But yeah, let's talk about this opening scene. I want to talk about this first line. I believe in America. I'm obviously not American, and I hope Ring comes back so we can have this conversation about it, because this scene's very clever. It's highly, highly intelligent, is this scene. And it's you see the man at his lowest, and you see him basically coming cap in hand and begging for justice, what he sees as justice. But there's a lot of things going on here. This man is not a reasonable man, because this man doesn't want justice. This man wants revenge, and that's teased out a lot more in the book.
And there's I don't. I'm trying to remember. I have read the book, but it's been like 20 years. I'm sure. So
I read it last week because I knew we were doing this.
I'm very rusty on the book.
Yeah, in the book, this man came to America and he bought into the American ideal and the American dream of law and order and the police and pursuit of happiness and all of it. And he was a law-abiding citizen for a long time.
Yeah.
And he distanced himself deliberately from Vito.
Yeah.
And he and Vito had actually grown up together in Sicily. They'd known each other that long. And they'd come over together and everything else. And they knew each other. But he distanced himself because he didn't want any part of the seedy underworld. But then when the American dream failed him, essentially, what happened? The story is, and you hear a bit of it in the film. Story is his daughter. He raised her, I quote, in the American way. He allowed her to go out with boys and to go out dancing and doing these American things. He didn't complain because this was how Americans did it. This was the American way. And she was American. And that's what they wanted to be. But then it came back and bit her. And what I do love is at no point in this film is this girl ever blamed. And she goes out one night, and a couple of guys attack her brutally, sexually.
Yeah.
And they beat her something bloody. They beat her face. She has to have a jaw wired. And she's known as a beauty. And she is she's put in hospital and she's disfigured for life. But the father's very, I don't want to say proud of the fact, but seems to cling to the fact that she fought these boys off. These boys didn't manage to actually rape her. But they've destroyed her life. They've destroyed her beauty, if you like. They've destroyed that. And she is very much... She's in a hospital bed. You know, there's concerns that even if she walks again, it'll be with a limp. Her face is disfigured. And he goes to the police, and the police, because the boys are Daddy's little rich boys, and because Daddy's got money, these boys get 4-year suspended sentences each for a brutal attack on the girl. And he decides that's not enough, that's not good enough. And in the book it describes how when the sentence is handed down, only 40 years of professional mourning stopped him from showing his emotions in the courtroom. He's an undertaker. And so he goes to the Godfather on his daughter's wedding day, which I think is deliberate, so he can't say no. And he asks for revenge. And the Godfather basically talks him down and says, look, you can have justice, I will give you justice, but you can't have revenge.
Yeah.
Because he wants these boys killed. He wants them dead.
I'm going to sound bad, though. That is not justice. Your daughter is still alive.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's
exactly.
That's
it's
a
not
bad
justice, your daughter is still alive. So basically, he arranges to have these lads given a good kicking, a good hiding. And that's justice. That's fair. That's what they did to her. An eye for an eye. And it's very... And that sets the Don up as being this very honourable person. And he's very direct in his thing. But he's not one for revenge. He's not an unreasonable man. He understands that this is a terrible thing that's happened and someone has to pay. But he never goes too far. And it's really important to his characterisation that you see that. And there are other things that are in the book as well. Like one guy comes because his daughter's boyfriend's about to be deported and he needs help. Can you get him a visa, basically? And someone else comes along and people have got all these different things for him and they come to see him in his office on his daughter's wedding day. And the Undertaker, it goes into it in the book that the Undertaker was really terrified that he distanced himself from Vito because he was terrified he'd be dragged into the criminal underworld if he got too close. And he wanted to be straight. He wanted to be legal and above board. So that's the opening scene. We get this man who's at his lowest ebb. And the thing with the Godfather is that you see he treats them all the same. He treats everyone the same with a level of respect. And what really irks him in the film and in the book as well is that this man doesn't come to him with respect. His wife is the man's daughter's godmother. There is no respect given. They don't call him Don. Godfather is an affectionate term. You know, it's for anyone who doesn't understand Catholicism, being asked to be someone's godparent is kind of the highest honour you can give someone. In that Catholic culture, it's basically saying you are closer to me than anyone else alive, and if I die, it's you I want to raise my child. The most important thing to me in my life is my child, and I am trusting you with it. I cannot put into words how important that is. And it's also it's culturally significant within Catholicism as well, because the baptism, the oath that godparents take, is an oath. It is a vow. It is a sacrament. It's one of the most. It's part of the sacrament. And if the godparent isn't right, then the child won't be right, and you could be causing all kinds of spiritual issues for the child if you name an improper godparent.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's really.
I'd best let you talk on the Catholic points, Noodle, because I just think you know a little bit more about this stuff than I do.
Yeah, I was raised Catholic, so yeah, I was really.
Yeah.
Let me put it this way: my godparents, just to give you an idea, my godparents on my mum's side are my mum's oldest brother and oldest sister.
Yeah.
She went to the heads of the family and she said, "If I die, it goes to you." She went to the head of the family. On my dad's side, it's his next oldest brother and his sister.
I mean, I think within a certain way, it was treated somewhat seriously within the Church of England for a while, but never to the same kind of level.
No, this is literally.
I mean, I know my great auntie took being a godparent very, very seriously, but
yeah, no, to give you an example, I cannot to this day stand the godmother my mum picked for lots of personal reasons that I won't get into.
Yeah.
And I remember when my mum got terminally ill and I was 16. And we found out she was terminally ill, she was going to die. I was terrified she was going to die before I turned 18. Because that would give my godmother the legal right, and this is still honoured under UK law. Catholic baptism and godparents are still honoured under UK law if they can be. That would have given my godmother the legal right to challenge my father for custody of me until I was 18. And I was terrified. And that's the level we're talking about here, that sometimes children, when one parent's died, are sometimes literally taken away from the living parent and handed over to the godparents instead.
Yeah.
Like that's the level we're talking about here. So yeah, that's the deal. And so when you make someone your parent's godparent, that's a bond for life. That's easily you're saying for the next 21 years at least you are going to be a major figure in my life.
Okay.
Because you'll be a figure in my child's life. So that's really important. And the fact that he doesn't then call Don Godfather, even affectionately, even if he's not the godfather of this girl, is a slap in the face.
It's a slight that is.
Very much so. Yeah.
It's it's something that Don Corleone takes offence to, you know, and this points out especially today of all days. Is his daughter's wedding, you know.
You insult the man on his daughter's wedding day, you're lucky you're not leaving on traction, mate.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of what's gone on there. And it's all because this man has been betrayed by what he believes to be the American dream. He believed in justice and law and order, and it didn't pay out for him. And,
you know, this is, again, what... I know we talked quite a bit about this opening scene and what that particular theme, but that theme is very central to this film about the whole idea of because this is setting the tone for. I mean, in a certain way, I think it somewhat sets the tone for Michael's progression.
It does, yeah. I was about to say that, yeah, because what we see is this man at the beginning starts where Michael ends.
Yeah.
To an extent. In that Michael is very straight-laced and all the rest of it, we'll get to that, but then ends answering to the Don. Now, there is just one thing I want to say about a couple of things about this scene as well. The darkness in the office relative to the outside wedding scene is deliberate. That's very deliberate. It's supposed to be reminiscent of back office rooms and smoky, you know.
Something Coppola caught shit from the studio about as well.
Well, the thing is as well, the darkness in the room meant he could hide Marlon Brando's idiot boards.
Yeah.
Because Marlon Brando is famously, when he's on set, he doesn't learn his lines. He has his lines written up on a blackboard just out of shot.
Yeah.
And because then he can deliver them more sort of spontaneously. Or could, as it were. And the other thing, the cat in the Godfather's hands is totally accidental. We look at that now and we think that has to have been deliberate. Like, they're making him out to be like Dr. Evil and the cat and everything.
There's a few little happy accidents that happen during this. That Coppola was smart enough to see, and I'm sure we'll get onto this in a minute. But
the Luca Brasi thing.
Luca Brasi. Now, I mean, it's a little. There's a little. There's different varying versions of this story, but there is it was a little bit of a happy accident that Coppola saw him trying to rehearse his lines very, very nervously, and he realised,
Yeah, no. So the thing with the cat was just running around the studio. Coppola picked it up, knew Marlon Brando's very good with kids and very good with animals, gave it to him, and they became friends, and that made it onto the scene. The thing with Luca Brasi, the actor could not get the line out for love nor money. No. He wasn't a natural actor, he was a wrestler or a fighter of some description.
He was a professional wrestler called Lenny Montana.
And he was nervous on screen, he couldn't get the line out. So they went back and they filmed the shot of him outside practicing the line and fumbling it. So when he fumbled it in the actual scene, because they couldn't get a decent shot out of it, it played into it.
Yeah.
And it played, or at least that's how Coppola tells it.
But in a way, it played into, this is a man showing huge deference and respect to Don Corleone, and that's which is how it was. Now, obviously, there's differences with the book with Luca, and we'll put a pin in that for later. So
we'll put a pin in that for a little bit, and then we go outside, and we've got the big bright wedding scene going on.
Yeah.
And you've got Luca practicing outside. The mum is actually a jazz singer. And she's singing, and it's the classic Italian. In the book, and I will only say this once and I will not repeat it, in the book it's described as a, quote, guinea wedding. I will only say that once because that's a slur and I don't ever want to say that again because I feel dirty even saying it.
Well, there is...
But basically, Connie didn't want it, but did it because that's what her family wanted.
Yeah. Again, shall we say somewhat reminiscent of old nobility marriages kind of
very
thing.
Much so,
and I do believe that the whole wedding scene, there was a bit of an inspiration from a real mob wedding with, I think, the son of Joe Bonanno and Joe Profaci's daughter, I believe.
Well, Coppola
that's what I've
based
heard.
a lot of
I don't know
Coppola's Italian American, so he based a lot of the little bits you see, people throwing sandwiches across and stuff like that from weddings he'd seen. The actual wedding itself, he just wanted it to be really opulent and really traditional.
Yeah.
And there is an argument for comparing and contrasting this wedding with one later in the film.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's that. And then we have Johnny arrives, but as Johnny's arriving, we cut to Michael and Kay, and Michael's telling Kay about his family.
Yeah.
A few things I want to talk about. First of all, I'm going to say this now and then put a pin in it. Michael is in his dress uniform, his dress greens. Notice how he's not in whites. He's not actually in the dress uniform that's for a wedding for the Marines. He's in greens, not whites.
Yeah.
But he is, you see, there's the pin by Johnny's lapel. He is a Marine. And judging by the ribbons on his chest, he's highly decorated, which it gets to more in the books. He's highly decorated. He volunteered in World War II, went all the way through, became a captain in the end, which the parallels with the Capos, yeah, you can draw that comparison if you like. Became a captain, was highly decorated, was actually mentioned, I think the book said he was mentioned in Time magazine. What Michael had done in the Second World War, he was quite a famous Marine in that sense.
Yeah.
And story goes in the book that someone showed. I'm just looking at what Rings put there. I pegged him as army, but gun plan is definitely more a Marine thing to do. Yeah. So someone in the book showed the copy of Time magazine to the Godfather. Now, Michael had volunteered against his family's explicit wishes. And the Godfather's response, apparently, to seeing Michael get this like full-page spread in Time magazine about him and his heroics was he performs these miracles for strangers, and dismissed it. Out of hand, just utterly dismissed it. So that tells you that this is Michael showing up in uniform is his little way of having a dig at his family. And it's very obvious when he's talking to Kay, he's saying, Kay, that's my family, it's not me. He's trying to distance himself from that. But the story he tells Kay the band leader story about Luca. The very famous, my father went to the band leader and offered him a contract, and the band leader refused to sign. So my father went and offered him another contract, and the band leader signed. Well, how did he sign, Michael? Well, my father assured the band leader that either his signature or his brains would be on the contract. Which is just a that line is drawn, that is straight out the book. That's pure Mario Puzo, is that?
That line's drawn out of a true story. Do you know that?
Yeah, I know. It's the Frank Sinatra. Okay, I'm going to talk about Sinatra now.
We might as well, but that is the story about Tommy Dorsey band had Frank Sinatra
in a shit contract, yeah.
Yeah, in a shit contract, which a mobster bought out for $1. And the story was that he had Dorsey like pinned up against the wall, maybe a gun to his head or something. Says, "I'm about to make you an offer you can't refuse." Yeah, was the famous line, which made it into the Godfather. Famous line.
We should also note Frank Sinatra did not like this movie or this book.
Yeah.
Frank Sinatra, there's a story, and again, it's apocryphal. A lot of this stuff, when we talk about stuff that's based on real life, a lot of it's apocryphal. It's the mafia. They don't keep records. There's a reason for it. Okay, everything is anecdotal and oral histories. But there's a story once apparently about Mario Puzo being in a restaurant somewhere, and Frank Sinatra basically walked up to him and kicked off at him in this restaurant, and basically told him, "Choke on your food, choke, you bastard," basically. Apparently Frank Sinatra mellowed out in his old age about it and was able to have a laugh about it, but he clearly didn't like it. Puzo apparently was heartbroken over this, because Puzo, there's a great quote from him, and I've got the article here on USA Today, where Puzo says, I want to read the quote out exactly because it's really important. Puzo says, "What hurt was, here he was, a northern Italian threatening me, a southern Italian, with physical violence, roughly equivalent to Einstein pulling a knife on Al Capone." But then later on, there's a line he gives, and he says, where Puzo basically says, "When I was a child, my mother had 2 photographs on the wall, one of the Pope and one of Frank Sinatra." So it hurt him that Sinatra didn't like the film.
and I can believe that, because I think it's probably difficult to for us today to understand the kind of level of celebrity Frank Sinatra was, especially to an Italian American.
Yeah, I mean, When we did the stream about Meatloaf and I talked about how I'd grown up saturated in it, I think that even that's not a touch on the kind of celebrity Sinatra had.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Maybe sort of Madonna in the 90s, maybe?
I don't even know. It's very difficult, but especially to Italian Americans, I'm sure, because he's one of their own, and and even though Madonna, I think, is Italian American, she certainly doesn't. I don't have that kind of appeal to that community.
If you think about if you think about things like how famous Bob Marley was in Jamaica, that's kind of the level you're getting at.
You got Jamaicans in the UK. But like became a cultural icon to his own community, but transcended that to become something so big.
Yeah, very much in the vein of Prince
I'd even use a sports reference here, Muhammad Ali.
I was going to say,
what he meant to African Americans, yet what he also meant to the rest of the world as well, at a certain level. So that's
the level we're talking about.
Yes, So Frank Sinatra was that big of a star.
Yeah, and it does come across when you read Puzo talking about him. He was a massive star, big thing. So then we have Johnny comes to the Godfather again on bended knee, and you see the contrast between the way Johnny comes to the Godfather and the way the Undertaker came. Johnny comes and he performs for his cousin's wedding. And he's kind, and he puts up with the screaming girls and everything else. Then he comes to the Godfather on bended knees and he says, "Godfather, please help me, I'm in trouble."
Yeah.
And he shows respect and he honestly pleads. Now, apparently the actor wasn't very good and couldn't get the facial expressions right. That's why we see his back as he's begging. But the Godfather sends Tom. Now, I want to put a pin in Tom, because Tom's a really important character in this film and in the book as well, and really important to the culture around the mob and the mafia and everything else. But we can there. And Tom flies out to California, and for everything I'm going to say about what happens in California, I'm just going to say trigger warning. Most of the trigger warnings are along the ticker are for this bit of the film.
Basically, this is a blanket. There's a blanket warning across the screen. You've been warned.
Yeah.
There's a lot in this that's.
Yeah, there's also a warning I meant to put in. But in the book, Tom arrives at Walter's house and he's invited in. And as Tom arrives, and like I said, trigger warning, he arrives to a woman walking out with her approximately 8-year-old starlet of a daughter. So, young girl, she's about 8 years old, her lipstick's smeared and she has glassy eyes like she's been given drugs. It is it's about as explicit as the book can get. There's a bit of an Epstein thing going on here.
Yeah.
And I'm not. That's the gentlest, least problematic way I can put it. And so Tom, we're already primed not to like Walt. Like, Tom clearly doesn't like him in the book. And Tom makes him an offer, goes away, comes back and the offer's refused. And Tom he basically takes the band leader story and he does it, but he does it in a way that is so loyally, it's hilarious. Like, he deliberately doesn't make it obvious. Now, in the book, the famous scene with the horse's head was on Waltz's pillow. Coppola decided to put it at the bottom of the bed and cover the bed in blood, so Waltz could have that oh no moment of have I been stabbed in my sleep. I am sorry to say to the animal lovers out there, it was a real horse's head.
Yeah.
Yeah. They sourced it from a dog food factory. So the animal was going to be killed anyway. It was going to be killed anyway. And basically they went to the dog food factory where the horses were there ready to be slaughtered for the meat. And they walked up and they picked one and they said, that one, when you slaughter that one, send us the head.
Yeah,
and that's what happened.
I suppose you got one thing you got to say about Coppola. He's a bit of a perfectionist on these things. So.
Oh yeah, definitely a perfectionist, and also, but I think take heart from the fact the animal was dead anyway.
Yeah, it's still not pleasant, but
it's still not pleasant. But yeah, the animal was gonna, there's only so much moralizing you can do about it.
Yeah. I will actually say, I'll just say that there's the one word that was, if you remember, there was the little, and again, there is a blanket trigger warning down there for like racist language.
Yeah.
Remember the film, the Hollywood guy used an awful lot of like.
Yeah, I ain't no band leader and I don't answer to Italian American.
Insert every Italian American slur.
Yeah, I don't answer to some Italian American. Yeah. This film has a lot of slurs in it and period relevant.
The reason I bring that up is in the script there was one word that was in the script there. One word that was removed from that racist tirade.
The word mafia.
And that word was mafia.
Yeah.
Because that word does not appear anywhere in this film.
No, it doesn't. And that was deliberate. I will let you tell this.
Okay, so I think I teased it earlier. This is a little bit to do with the history of the production of this movie here. I mentioned that this movie came under fire from a group called the Italian American Civil Rights League, who were at the time quite a powerful lobby, and one of the things that they campaigned around was the stereotyping of Italian Americans as being all criminals and stuff, which I'm going to say it was probably a legitimate issue actually. Sorry. Try not to cough. If people, I'll be blatantly honest with the people. If they don't know, I'm on the back end of COVID, so I'm still getting some coughing fits now and again. Okay, so I'll just be honest with people out front about that. So when this film was being made, it came under a lot of fire from this group, and one of the things that eventually ended up happening is that they, a copy of the script, they kind of cut a deal when a copy of the script was given to the leader of the Italian civil rights leagues to read. But one of the things was that any references to the word mafia has got to be removed, and eventually they got them on board. But here's the irony of this: the president and founder of the Italian American Civil Rights League was a man named Joe Colombo, who was the godfather of one of the 5 New York crime families, and had set this civil rights league up as a kind of a way to. He was using legal challenges, to get the FBI off his own back, but basically, ironically, kind of managed to capture a lot of legitimate anger about certain things that Italian Americans had at the time as well. So,
I mean, to be fair, this film did, for the best part of 30 years at least. If you wanted mafia, they were either Londoners or they were Italians, weren't they, in American films?
Yeah.
And this film had a lot to do with that.
Yeah.
But
it's so for British people who might be watching, the Italian American Civil Rights League. Got backing from the community because of some legitimate issues, but the leaders had disingenuous motives. So, for British people, that's like the equivalent of the Countryside Alliance. Just saying.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Anyway, for that we'll put a pin in that for another time.
We'll put a pin in that one, yeah. Let's see. So we've done that now.
Step out for 2 minutes, Noodle. I'll let you.
Yeah. I will keep talking about some other stuff in the background then, because I'm sure you'll want to discuss the shooting scene that follows. So yeah. In the book, as I said, Waltz is not a pleasant man by any stretch, and he's designed that way. You're not supposed to like him. He's one of the many antagonists of this film and this series. The wedding was essentially, as I'm sure anyone who's seen the film gathered, the wedding was a way of introducing all of the characters as quickly as possible. That's why you only get snapshots of each one. The wedding goes on for sort of a chapter and a half or something daft in the actual book. I do recommend reading the book. It is a good book, but if you think that the film is triggering or the film is violent, maybe give the book a miss. Because the book is very much... Coppola, to his credit, left a lot out of the book that was not palatable and would definitely not be palatable, and this film might not have stood up so well if he hadn't left it out. So do just be aware of that if you do go to pick up this book. The film is very much of its time. I like the film. You all know I'm very anti-censorship, but you also know that I'm very much, I don't like racism, I don't like sexism, but I think this film, especially with it being a period piece, what I really like about this film is it doesn't shy away from... We have this tendency, and we all do it, even historians, and anyone who tells you they don't is a liar. And yes, you can tell them I said that. We all have this tendency to look back on history with rose-tinted glasses a little bit. And to an extent, this film does that. It does. It it very much tries to create this ambience of the 1940s, the late 1940s, and does it very well. But it doesn't shy away from the violence and the accuracies of the time. So if you look, for example, I'll just give a general example at the wedding, and later on in the film as well, you see the cars. Some of the cars, you'll notice, have wooden bumpers on them. This is because there was a metal shortage in America after the Second World War. And so cars would actually, in the 40s, be delivered with temporary wooden bumpers on them. And then when they got the metal in, they would send the bumper to the owner of the car to have it fitted, the chrome one. That's why some of the cars don't have chrome bumpers on them. And it's the little things like that. Coppola is a stickler, a real stickler for details like that. There's a scene where they're all sat around eating Chinese food, and they got boxes of Chinese food that didn't have the red logos on them, because in the 40s the Chinese food came in white boxes. And it's the little things like that Coppola really pays attention to. The cars would have the stickers in the window for rationing gas and stuff like that. So it is really the level of detail in this film is very, very it is very good. I still wouldn't take it as a historical document. unless you're talking about a document on the development of the ideas of what the mob was and things like that. And it's definitely not a historical document on the 1940s by any stretch, but it is a very good attempt at an accurate portrayal of what the period would have been like. And my little niggle while I'm on that, they've remastered it for the 50th anniversary. I watched the trailer of the remaster. Do yourselves a favour, folks. Don't watch the remastering. It looks orange, it looks horrible. And I mean, don't get me wrong, the film's 50 years old. It looks grainy and grey. But the remastering's... Ugh. It's not to my taste. It might be to yours, but I wouldn't risk it. I'd stick to the original, personally. It's not the most... You'd think they'd have put a lot of good people on it, but it's
I'm
not.
back. So I was listening in so I could keep up with the conversation, but
I'm just waiting for you before we get to the shooting because
I'll just say
that.
There's like the old joke about Stanley Kubrick about him being hired to fake the moon landings, but being such a perfectionist, he insisted on filming on location.
Yeah.
You could say the same joke about Coppola, to be honest.
You really could, couldn't you? He's such a perfectionist.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff he got into the arguments with, like, they didn't want him to film in Sicily for part of this film. He decided he's going to Sicily and he's filming in Sicily.
Yeah. Which could have got him in a lot more trouble if some certain local elements there found out what he was doing. But
so yeah. But yeah, I was just talking also about the digital remastered version. Have you seen the trailer for it, the 50th anniversary one?
No, but I did hear what you were saying, and I'll second what you. I'll take your word on that. Yeah, don't bother, guys.
The trailer is. I mean, don't get me wrong. It looks brighter and it looks sharper, as you'd expect from a remaster. A lot of the noise is gone. But for me, a lot of the visual elements in this film work because it was shot on film and it was shot... it's raw footage, basically.
Yeah, that's why the whole feel of the movie, I think, works. And
yeah.
I mean,
it's very difficult to film something digitally and make it feel like it's from the 40s or the 50s or the 60s.
Yeah.
There's very few directors who can do that. Like, it's... guy who did Schindler's List.
Spielberg?
Yeah, Spielberg can do that. Spielberg can get away with it. But even Spielberg, for certain films, will go back and film it on film. Which, says it all, really, about digital remastering. I can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it seem more accessible for a modern audience who are used to better image quality. But power through the... I don't like... Maybe I'm one of those people who you shouldn't listen to and only likes the old one because it's traditional. Maybe I'm not, but I'm not keen from what I've seen of it.
So, we were going to get to the shooting, weren't we?
So the Don goes out to buy oranges.
Yeah.
Because of course he does. Obviously, Sicily famous for its citrus fruits, oranges and lemons. Lemons especially.
How organised crime started, actually, in a sense, was to do with lemon groves in Sicily, believe it or not. So.
Yeah. So he goes out to buy oranges. And the camera work in this scene is really weird. Like, for a film of this era, it's weird. And it doesn't really match the rest of the film. Insofar as the camera takes on a point of view of a character who's not actually in the scene. It shoots from above.
Yeah.
And we see a lot of things happen in this scene very quickly. We see Fredo fumble. Now, I kind of feel like Fredo got done dirty with these films.
Yeah, Fredo's... Yeah, he's a bit...
He got done a little bit dirty because in the book he's described as the perfect, dutiful son. He's the son every Italian mother wants. That's literally the words that I used to describe him in the book. He's dutiful, he's obedient, he lives at home until he's 30 and helps his parents. Like, he is the classic dutiful son. He is, in the book as well, described as he's acted as... What's the politically correct way of saying this? A little bit slow?
Yeah, okay,
A little bit not... He's not on the same level as Sonny and Michael.
No.
He's very naive and innocent, we'll say.
Yeah.
And in the first film, that's acceptable. Because he's loyal first and foremost to his father.
Yeah.
But then he fumbles the gun when he goes to shoot back.
Yeah.
And you can imagine how that must haunt him.
Yeah.
And that scene... Apparently, the thing with the oranges falling over was just because Coppola thought it looked cool. With the oranges spilling everywhere.
And I'll tell you a little bit of... there's another little bit of trivia for this. Because they filmed a lot of this stuff in New York, because Coppola, being Coppola, wants this authentic. And this was a street that they sequestered somewhere to do this. So it's, the number of these scenes. There was just out of shot. Apparently, there's a cafe just across the road, and somebody happened to be watching this scene from whilst sitting there drinking a coffee, and that's a man by the name of Carlo Gambino. It's just on there here. Another one of the basically the biggest mafia boss in America at that time.
Look, we have to address the mafia-shaped elephant in the room here. The truth of the matter is that when you're making a film, particularly in the 1960s in Hollywood, you can't swing a cat without hitting someone from the mafia. You just can't, full stop. And that's just on the basis of producers and directors and this, that and the other. They're all
Labour
linked to the mafia.
Labour unions.
Yeah. There's even a joke that there's a baker who Vito knows, who he grew up with, who always paid his dues to the bakery union in good times and in lean. Nazario from the second film.
We'll talk about that next week.
We'll talk about that next week.
There's a teaser.
But yeah, so professionally you couldn't swing a cat. Then you based the film in New York.
Yeah.
New York in the 60s, let's be clear here. Again, you can't swing a cat for hitting mafia people. It is what it is.
It's difficult to. Let's just put it this way. Yeah, you did business in New York at any point in the 60s and 70s. Chances are sooner or later you were dealing with the mob in one way or another.
Yeah. And they had a finger in every pie. Senators, politicians, business owners, you name it, the mafia were in there.
They had a finger in every construction, everything. They had a they had at least a finger in every pie.
A few of them had the entire palm.
Yeah.
It was what it was. The New York skyline wouldn't look the way it looks without mafia involvement. Let's put it that way. And I don't want to demonize it, but I also don't want to glorify it, because this film does glorify the mafia. It does.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it is a criminal enterprise, and it is criminals we're talking about here. But also, it's a society within a society. It's a culture brought from the homeland, as it were, from Sicily, from Italy, that worked for them over there because of various social and historical issues. And they brought it with them because, well, of course they would. You know, you bring your culture with you wherever you go. You know, if I go abroad, I'm still a northerner. You know,
At the same time, it evolved into essentially the dark side of American capitalism in a certain way as well.
Definitely. There's
because
and again, we've seen just in the last few years of how the commentary that's made in this film very subtly, like the young girl is cut out from the film, but is in the book. That thing about the film producer and the young girl, well, that's Epstein. That is Epstein. That's what we've been watching on the news for the last year and a half. So, you know, anyone who tells you that this stuff wasn't common knowledge and hasn't been common knowledge clearly wasn't paying attention. So we have the shooting, and then the Don is rushed to hospital. And then a lot of things happen very quickly.
Yeah.
We have all the phone calls at home. Everyone seems to know to come to the house. Like, they just know the Don's been shot. You've got to get to the house, and they congregate there. And I think that's fairly common.
That would make sense because you know,
like,
I mean,
something
it's
happens
not
in the
just a
family.
hit,
You go
it's
to
an
the family home.
hit on the,
stay there.
everyone goes on lockdown essentially.
Yeah, there's like there's a comment made. I don't know if it's in this one or in the next one of going to mattresses, which is a very, it's mob slang, but going to the mattresses basically meant they'd basically have safe houses scattered around the place, and if something went wrong, the capos, the sort of the if the mafia's the military, then the capos are almost your sergeants, aren't they?
Well, I mean, it's
they're low-level NCOs.
The basic structure is you had your boss, the underboss, the consigliere, and you had your boss, then you had the underboss and the consigliere. Then you had the capos, who are the guys who ran the crews.
Yeah, and we will get on to the
you could say they were like the mid-level. I mean, essentially, you could say
They're
are the
mid-level.
captains. They are the captains of their crew.
Yeah, they are captains.
The mid-level.
And they all come to the house, and Sonny gets the phone call, and Sonny does something really, really clever in that moment. And it's Sonny's moment of genius. Do you notice what Sonny does when he takes the phone call?
Well, just remind me.
He checks his watch and he writes down the time.
Yeah.
So, because he's writing down the time, because he knows everyone in the family now is under suspicion and everyone's got to provide an alibi. Where the fuck were you? You know, the Godfather was shot. Why weren't you here? Where were you?
I mean,
because in the book, there's they can't find Luca, and they assume Luca's off with some bird because sometimes he does have a habit of just going off with a woman for a few days.
Of course, we in the movie are already aware of what's happened to Luca.
We already know what's happened.
But the rest of the Corleones are about to find out. You know, so
yeah, in again this really symbolic way, like with the horse's head, where I kind of that they sit down and at the same time we've got Tom's being basically kidnapped off the streets.
Yeah.
Because he's got to carry the message now of what the offer is and what the deal is. And he's genuinely terrified in that scene. Like, props to Robert Duvall for acting that. He is terrified. But again, it's this whole thing of loyalty to the family, stay loyal and you survive. And I want to talk about Tom at this point. I feel like this is a good segue into talking about Tom and Tom's history in the family.
Yeah.
Because Tom is a point of contention, more so in the book than the film. But Tom is very distinctly not Italian. He's Irish descent. And I know you've not read the book in a while, so I'm just going to go off on like a minute or so just to talk about Tom's history in the book. So Tom's history in the book is that he was an orphan and he was living on the streets. His parents had died of either cholera or typhus, something like that. Possibly even Spanish flu, given the dates. And Sonny found him on the streets with a nasty eye infection and took him home, kind of like a kid finding a stray cat.
Yeah.
And the Godfather just took him in. In the book, Michael tells this story to Kay. And Kay's like, oh, he must be such a kind, decent man to have taken another child in, even though he's already got 4 sons and a daughter. It's like, well, that's not a big family for Italians, but, you know. And the Godfather gets him treatment and takes him into the family, but never legally or officially adopts him.
No.
Now, to a lot of people, that would be a kick in the teeth. That would be, you've taken me in, but I'm not one of you. I'm on the edge. It's not. And we do get the explanation in the book that the reason the Godfather didn't adopt him is because he said it would be disrespectful to Tom's parents for him to change his name.
Yeah.
I think he's meant to be German-American in the book because it's Tom Hagen, and I feel like Hagen's a German name.
I think if he said something, I don't know if it says German and Irish or something that said.
But yeah, and then Tom becomes consigliere.
This is probably the one big. This is the one big thing I think a lot of. This is probably the one big thing a lot of, should we say, a lot of ex-mobsters who now seem to have YouTube channels pick holes in with the Godfather. Michael Franzese, for example. But yeah, technically, because he's not an Italian, there's no way he'd be a consigliere in a mob family. But you know,
well, the thing is with that,
that's a technicality.
It's actually it is explained in the books. It is explained in the book that the Don raised him, and he went to the Don as a young man, as a 17-year-old, and said, "Godfather, you've taken care of me. You've looked after me. I want to work for you." And the Don told him and said to him, you know, a lawyer with a pen and a briefcase can steal more money than all the robbers with guns combined.
Yeah.
And so he went to school and he studied law, and he's a lawyer. But he's a lawyer only for the Don. Yeah. And he came back and he works for the Don as a lawyer, and that's why the Don made him consigliere, because he's not... Yeah. It's very important because it's part of the problem is he's not a wartime consigliere.
Yeah. Well, and obviously,
but he is a very, very good.
The point I was making is that
I'm getting there.
Didn't matter
I'm getting
how good he was. Yeah,
I'm getting there.
Go on.
In the book, the Don takes some real shit for making him consigliere, to the point where the Corleones are affectionately
I remember
called the
now.
Irish gang,
the Irish mob, the
other families, because of him. And the Don takes that because the Don knows the value of having Tom as consigliere, and the Don knows that Tom's loyalty is to the family, to Sonny, and to the Don above all else, because they're the ones who took him off the streets. And there's a bit in the book where Tom says, you know, I would be dead if it wasn't for this family. I would not have lived to be a man if it wasn't for this family. And it's really important to Tom's character, because that doesn't really come across in the film, but it's so important to Tom's character. And it really changes the way you receive the character when you watch the film, if you know that history of it. I understand why they cut it for time and things, but yeah. It's really important that, because basically what you've got is 2 generations of this family have put themselves on the line for Tom, purely out of the goodness of their hearts. Like there was never any expectation that Tom would work for the family until Tom went
Yeah.
to the Don and said, I want to work for you. I want to pay you back for everything you've done for me. It was never expected of him to join because, he's not Italian and all the rest of it. But he did it off his own back. And it's that duty and honour and family. And there's aspects of found family in there and about how you repay a debt even when the debt is not necessarily considered owed.
Yeah, and and they do, and the Cullens, they do value him.
Yeah.
Even though, and again, we could put a pin in this for next week as well. Of how later Tom's kind of cut out, but we find out in part 2 why.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So he again, and it plays into that thing of later on, Michael needs someone who he knows is absolutely loyal to the family. And who does he pick? Not one of his capos, not even his own brother. He picks Tom.
Yeah.
Because Tom owes that family everything. And that's really important. Then we get Michael finding out the news now. Michael's away with Kay on... And for the record, Kay is really not liked by the Corleones either. She's not Italian. She's some American. They think she's too skinny and she's too open and she's too lively.
She seems like
she's too clever for a woman and she's too open and the sexism is horrendous. But it comes from the women in the family more than the men.
Yeah.
Which, yeah.
I mean, I can. Like I said. It's one of those things you will pick up in a lot of like mob movie stuff, and there's probably some elements of truth in this. Again, that there is a certain racism, and I suppose with it, hey, you're supposed to be, you're supposed to, if you're a young Italian, you're supposed to have found a nice Italian girl or whatever, to be with. I mean, in this, but a lot of this stuff even goes into. If you even watch more modern stuff, like I don't know if you've ever watched The Sopranos at all, but you see the sort of levels of casual sort of racism in that. When someone who's not an Italian or whatever is brought into the circle, is
there's a distrust there for a while. Yeah, and I will say, okay, I obviously you all know I'm an ethnic minority, Jamaican on one side, Polish on the other. The Jamaicans have a very similar attitude. I grew up with the sort of casual racism of you're not like those white girls, or we're not like those white people, or we're not like those people, or not those people. And the casual racism took a lot of unlearning, and I'm still unlearning it. And there are still things I have to catch myself because I think. I see something and the thought pops into my head and it's like, no, that's my mother's voice, that's my aunt's voice, that's not my voice. Because it was just there. I'm not excusing it, I'm not even justifying it, I'm just explaining it. I've done a lot of work to unlearn a lot of the racism.
I'll sum it up with a little... there's a joke Richard Pryor used to tell... in his early days, when he'd introduce himself and say, "Hello, my name's Richard Pryor. Just to give you a bit of background about myself, my dad was black, my mum was Jewish, I've got a grandmother who's Italian, I've got a cousin who's Polish, he's going for all this, I've got a thing." And he says, when I was walking to school, the kids would be like, "Get him! He's all of them!"
Yeah, basically, yeah. That's kind of so anyway, back to this. Tom in the car, and then we have then we cut to the following day and we get this scene of dealing with the traitor, which they've all arranged in the dark room, and we get the famous line, totally improvised by the way, "Leave the gun, bring the cannoli."
Oh, have we gone past the hospital scene though?
No, the hospital scene comes after this.
Oh yeah. Sorry, yes.
Yeah. Which is when we're gonna get into a lot more about Michael and stuff as well. But yeah, leave the gun, bring the cannoli. I love that because it is very much, and again, I don't know if it's an ethnic thing, I don't know if it's a Catholic thing. The idea that this big hard capo, this guy who's just murdered someone, full on doesn't want to go home to his wife without bringing the cannoli she asked for. Like, yeah, that is just hilarious to me. And it is all it's completely improvised. Coppola told her to say the line, and then he improvised the line out in the hayfield or whatever it was, the cornfield. And then Michael arrives in New York, and he goes to Clemenza first in the cafe, and this is funny because this is one of Coppola's big ones. Anytime you see a Coppola movie, there's always a recipe in it somewhere. And this one is for the Italian tomato sauce, and he's teaching Michael how to cook the sauce.
This is for everything I've kind of read about or know about Italian culture, it's a big thing of Italian American culture. The men, they kind of almost pride themselves on their culinary ability. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. But also the recipe is good. There's not a lot of there's certain bits missed out of it, but it is a fairly solid basic recipe. And then Clemenza sends Michael to the hospital to see his father. And we get this scene, and this scene, I don't know about you, watching this back now, having seen a lot more movies than I'd seen the first time I saw this, or the first few times I saw this, I got vibes of The Shining. Going down the hospital corridors, and the long shots of Michael just walking through the hospital, and the empty corridor shots. All the empty corridor shots weren't actually filmed on set. They are literally what Coppola managed to grab from after he'd cut from other scenes. Because he needed them to build the suspense and then realised he didn't have them in the edit. But it is very much designed. Apparently George Lucas helped a lot with that little montage of Michael walking through the hospital to build the suspense of it.
I had heard that. It's okay. I wasn't sure on that
again,
one. Though.
Anything I say about that, if I say apparently so, that's how Coppola tells it on the commentary.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he gets into the hospital room and he realises, shit, the cards are gone. His father's on his own. This is a setup. And don't forget, it's completely coincidental that Michael's arrived at the hospital at that point. It's complete coincidence. The Don, the luckiest man alive, I swear. The amount of times people try to kill him and he just gets through by the skin of his teeth on pure dumb luck. Luckiest man alive. That man's got an angel watching over him. So they move him to another room, and Michael, and we see this moment of Michael really coming into his own here as a leader. He immediately takes charge. He tells the nurse what to do. He tells, and he bang, 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 but it's all there, and it's very, you see the military side of
I was
going to
say, that's the thing I picked up on. It's like, okay, we know this guy's been in the military and he's been in the war. We don't know too much,
very
but
cool
that is explained. I mean, that is explained in the film that he's just come back from the war. He's been. You can see that thought process and so on.
So in the book, he actually got injured in the war, and he's out on a medical discharge basically, and he doesn't know. But the reason he's out on a medical discharge is because his father paid someone off. He doesn't know that.
Yeah.
He legit has no idea. And he, but he's been injured, so he's out. And there's a great moment in this hospital bit where he stood outside with the guys, and it's the young baker lad. It's the lad who, how I was talking about the character who needed a visa for his daughter's boyfriend.
Yeah.
It's the boyfriend who stood outside the hospital, who just happens to be nearby. And Michael calls him and says, just stand here, turn your collar up, look like you're guarding something, put your hand in your pocket so it looks like you're holding a gun.
Yeah, it looks. You look like you're.
Like you.
You look like you're a
something.
Yeah. You look like you're a soul. Yeah.
A soldier or a guard. And Ring's put it here. He's put Ring pegged Michael as army, but that gun plan is definitely a Marine thing to do. You have to remember, folks, Ring is ex-army, so Ring has their own banter with the Marines. But yeah, it's reckless, and he's potentially taking a massive risk, but it pays off. Car sees two guys stood there looking like they're guiding something and drives on, because not tonight. Clearly something's gone wrong with the plan, because the guards are still there.
Yeah.
And they drive on. So, and it's really interesting that later on when we get to Talia is shown to be really reliant on his sons to fix things and do things. And he's not the sharpest spoon in the shed, especially compared to the other Dons. But we see almost Don Corleone is like that insofar as he relies on his sons to do a lot of the heavy lifting, especially Michael. But the difference is he's almost, I don't want to say groomed because that's the wrong word, but trained them to do it.
Yeah.
And Michael is, it's quite clear when you look at the three brothers, Sonny, Fredo and Michael. It's quite clear Michael's the one who was being trained to take over the family.
Michael's definitely the one who has the aptitude, shall we say, to succeed his father.
Yeah.
He's not, certainly, again, it's been a long time since I've read the book.
Sonny's a loose cannon. He's going to take out the family with his temper.
Sonny's a hothead. He's a loose cannon. Fredo's too weak.
He's sweet, but he's naive, and he's not...
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could say Michael, is a good balance between the two, but Michael's a bit more... really vetoes the balance between the two in a sort of sense. Because Vito can, I think, treat people with he's capable of treating people with a bit of warmth and stuff.
Whereas Michael, not so much.
I don't think Michael really can. Michael is cold. Certainly from the films, Michael is pretty much cold and all the time in a certain way.
Yeah. I think in layman's terms, and I say this very specifically in layman's terms, so no one who's an actual psychology grad or anything come at me. But in layman's terms, Michael's a bit of a sociopath.
Yeah.
He's cold, he's calculating, he's conniving. He knows how to fake affection. But you don't... It's like when someone smiles, but the smile doesn't reach their eyes with Michael. It's like it's this... If you did The Godfather in space, Michael would be played by someone who played a robot.
Yeah. I will just say there's a very good series about on YouTube. I forget the name. I think it's called The Vile Eye. Who does a series called Analyzing Evil, which is a series on characters from fiction, bad guys from fiction. There's about a 40-minute video on Michael Corleone that is well worth a watch if you are interested in maybe delving into the psychology of Michael Corleone.
Even to the point after the
I'll
hospital
try and find
scene.
it. I'll put it in the chat. But
so we have the scene. The police show up. The copper gives Michael a decking and hits him hard. Clearly, Because Michael is still dealing with the after effects of that punch decades later. Like, the guy hits him so hard he causes an injury to his sinuses on the inside. And you see, the makeup effects are really good. Again, Coppola, they literally went to medical people and they were like, what would this look like? What would this do? What would this cause? To make it look right. So again, with the finickiness of having a director who's very in on the details. Then they're back at the house, and even to the extent with Michael where Sonny thinks Michael is reacting in anger. Reacting with wanting a shot back and everything else. But then Michael, and again, it's another of the very quotable Godfather lines of, it's not personal, Sonny, it's strictly business.
Yeah.
And that's Michael all of. That is, if there's one quote that defines Michael, it's that one quote of, it's not personal, it's business.
Cool.
Sorry,
yeah, I just found that video. I put it in the live chat, but when you're done with watching us, obviously go watch that.
Yeah. So, and then we have that set up. Now, the way they plan this is very interesting. I do want to touch on, they actually wired Al Pacino's jaw so he couldn't speak after being punched like that. They like, Coppola, if you think Kubrick tortures his actors, like Coppola made Al Pacino have minor surgery.
Yeah.
Like,
I think possibly only Hitchcock was worse, possibly. But this is definitely a point that. But this whole thing is definitely a point. This is a turning point for Michael, though, isn't it?
But and I do want to point out the thing with Sonny. What I'm about to say now is Coppola's version of events. What he wanted to say on record, because it's on the commentary. Coppola claims that he didn't have any contact with anyone in the underworld while making this film. Deliberately so.
Mm-hmm.
But the guy who plays Sonny deliberately went out and started mixing with them so he could learn their mannerisms and speech patterns. And it shows. You look at Sonny and then you compare him to the wise guys in Goodfellas, and it's like, that's where that comes from.
Right, and I want to point this out. James Caan actually became under surveillance from the FBI during the filming of this movie. Because
for that,
James Caan was not a well-known actor at this time. Let's point this out. He has not. Obviously did become a very well-known actor, but he very much started hanging out with the mob guys. And he enjoyed being around them.
I mean, saying James Caan's not that well known. I mean, this film is well predated by The Great Escape, which is what everyone knows him as. He's Big X in The Great Escape.
No, he's not Big X in The Great Escape.
He's not Big X. He is in The Great Escape though. I'm sure he is.
You're not thinking of James Coburn, are you?
No, I'm thinking James Caan. I think he.
No, he's not in The Great Escape.
I'm sure it's The Great Escape he was in. Or was it another film he was in?
I would say he had been acting for a good 10 years or so before The Godfather.
I'm mixing him up with James Coburn. Ignore me. Similar. Look, Hollywood likes a certain style of face, okay? They like the cut jawline and everything else. It's the James Coburn, it's the James Caan, it's the classic Hollywood. It's Marlon Brando in his younger years. Hollywood likes that look, so I don't want to say they all look the same to me, because that sounds like I'm lampooning racist, but they all do look a little bit the same to me. So yeah, that's James Caan there. Not a very well known actor, but again, that's another thing Coppola got a lot of stick from the film company on in bringing in relatively unknown actors. Because
they didn't want Pacino. That is well documented.
It's well documented. He had to fight for Pacino. Yeah,
and for Marlon Brando as well, because even though Brando was a name, Brando was, had a bit of a reputation for being a little bit difficult to work with. The
stories about the prank wars on these on this set are amusing, to say the least. You can tell they're all just a bunch of guys who didn't really... The kind of humour teenage boys find funny, mooning people out of windows and things. So, yeah. But I want to talk about the Corleone compound. The house itself. I spotted this and then sort of Coppola confirmed it in the commentary. It is highly reminiscent of the Kennedy compound. Before anyone comes at me, I'm not suggesting that the Kennedys are a crime family.
No, because Joseph Kennedy made his fortune 100% legitimately.
Yeah, of course he did.
Yeah,
I'm not suggesting anything that might, but if you want to read about the Kennedys, there's a lot of good history there. But I'm not suggesting anything. Go read it for yourself. But that is it's designed to look like that compound kind of thing, and even to the point with Michael, he seems very flippant when he's with Sonny, but he's matching Sonny's energy. He's not necessarily giving his own feelings across. And then we have the famous cafe scene and the build up to it. I love how you giggle every time I say something because
I just seen what Ring put in the chat.
Yeah, that is literally that. That's the line from Vito, isn't it? Which we will get to, where he says it was supposed to be
true,
Senator Corleone, Representative Corleone, President. Yes, that's very much a.
This actually is very reminiscent of the Kennedy. It's actually very reminiscent of the Kennedys. If you know, obviously Joseph Kennedy's history and what he was trying to groom his sons to be compared to how he made a good portion of his money. So
it is, yeah. There is an argument for certain parallels, not to be read too deeply, between Vito and Joe Kennedy. Obviously, Jack got the big one, and Bobby was well known as well.
Joe Jr. was the guy originally groomed, but he died.
Yeah.
In World War II, I think so.
Yeah. Obviously, Jack made president. Bobby was on what should have been a very successful presidential run.
So was Ted as well.
Yeah. I think to this day, I think Bobby Kennedy, the greatest president America never had.
Him or Bernie. I'll say, but anyway, that's
him or Bernie. Yeah, but that's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
And then we have the cafe, which. Do you speak Italian or Sicilian, Scummer?
Scusi?
Scusa? Yeah, that's about as far as I can go.
Okay, now I'll tell you. Okay, I might as well tell you sort of stuff. No, I do not speak Italian. I may know a few words, but I went to Italy back in 2002, and I was maybe in my early 20s then. 20 years ago. Good Lord. And it was one of those coach things. So so on the way down to Italy, I just got out this like a little Italian phrase book or whatever, and I was just pointing out as well that my stepfather went with me. It was there as well. I went with my stepfather and my mum to Italy, and my stepfather had spent some time in Italy before, so he was kind of, when I was trying to learn for this phrase book how to say things, he was correcting me a bit on
pronunciation. Yeah.
He said, like, you know, so say, like, for example, so scusi, no, scusi.
Scusa, yeah.
Sorry. Oh, Noodle, I'm going to have to jump out for 2 minutes. I did put something in the private chat. Why?
Yep. Yeah, no, that's fine. Cool.
Okay,
but
never mind the story.
I went to Italy in 2017, 2016. And yeah, the Italian and Sicilian are very similar languages. Obviously, they share, you know, a lot of history, but there are some differences, mostly in dialect and in accent. The thing with Italian is there's so many different accents of Italian, to the point where if you learn Italian and you're trying to talk to someone from Rome, and you pick up on their accent, if you go somewhere further north, the way they speak Italian is very different. Italian is not... It's not a unified language as much as other languages that only tend to exist within one country. So, like, in the UK, we have dozens of accents and dialects within English. And Italian is very similar to that, but the localized Italian is, it's not an accent, it is a dialect. And the reason I asked Scummer if they spoke Italian, Al Pacino didn't speak a word of Italian filming this. Had to learn it all by rote, which plays into a bit later on that I'm sure we'll get to eventually. But when they say they're going to speak Italian in the cafe, it's a slap in the face to the copper who's sat there, first of all, because he doesn't speak Italian. It's deliberately excluding him. But also, it's almost a way of trying to create a false sense of intimacy. And it's a common thing people do with languages and with accents. So you kind of, when you're in a group of people, or when you've got two people who speak the same language, and there's sort of third person who doesn't, and they're speaking that language, it's a deliberate exclusion. And the entire point is that they don't want the copper knowing what they're saying. Or that's what's supposed to give the impression of. Now, obviously, all the plans leading up to the cafe scene, which we'll discuss when Scummer gets back, because I'm sure he's got a lot to say about it. That's a really interesting point just to bear in mind as you see the build up to this, because this film is very, very clever in the use of sort of ethnic tropes and linguistic tropes and cultural tropes, and it uses them and peppers them in there just enough to give a sense of like watching this film, I'm sure anyone who's Italian American knows that an Italian American wrote this. You know, this is not a film that was written by a white American. And you see it a lot. Like, you can see, like, for example, like I said, I'm Polish Jamaican, born and raised in Britain. I know when a film based in the UK was not written by someone from the UK, or was not made by someone from the UK, whether it's made in Europe or whether it's been made by Hollywood. I know. Mainly because most of the people have accents that you don't hear outside of the movies. But also because there's certain things we know as British people that are just so inherent to the local culture that unless you were raised in it, or unless you've lived in it for any length of time, you wouldn't know those things. It's really interesting to see the difference sometimes. And this film does that really well with Italian American. I've got a few friends who are Italian American or Italian American descent who say, you know, a lot of these things they do in this film are very, they look and they go, my aunt used to do that, or my uncle used to do that, or, you know, my cousin does that, and, you know, that's what that is. But deliberately excluding the copper is designed to make Michael let his guard down. Anyone who believes for a second that the copper didn't know exactly what was going to be said in that conversation before the conversation even happened is missing a trick. And the thing is, what's really clever about that scene is all the layers of it. Michael knows that's what's happening, but he goes along with it and he plays the sweet, innocent, straight up. Because don't forget, at this point, everyone outside of those people that were in that room with Sonny and with everyone else knows or thinks they know that Michael is straight. Michael isn't part of the family business. He's on the edge. And he still has, as Rings put in the chat, that plausible deniability of innocence. He can still feign like, oh, okay. You know, he can still pretend like he doesn't quite get the machinations, and there's a great saying that goes that it takes a wise man to act the fool, and it is to the detriment of every character bar the Don in this film.
Sorry about that noodle. I couldn't avoid that.
Yeah, no, not to worry. I was just talking about how Michael plays stupid in the cafe, and how you know it takes a wise man to play the fool. Because he knows he's being played and he goes with it.
Yeah, I was telling you about my little Italian phrase book thingy, and like I said, I spent a little bit of time whilst I was on this great big coach journey down to Italy, trying to learn some Italian just to be polite, and so I could go into a shop. Anyway, I got to a point where I felt confident enough to go into a shop and order myself a packet of cigarettes, and asked for a packet of Lucky Strikes, and and they come out and I'll be like, "Quanto costa?" How much, so on. And then, I paid up, and I thought I'd spoke brilliant Italian. And as I was leaving, woman behind the counter said, "Thank you."
Yeah.
In English. Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay. Well,
yes, but she appreciated the fact that you tried.
Yeah.
And that's why she went along with it.
I was okay.
But yeah, I was also.
I was not.
I was talking about the fact. Did you do all of Italy, or did you just do one area?
I was mainly in the north to central Italy. I did not go into Venice, Florence, Rome, San Marino.
Yeah. Okay. So you'll know then the difference between the Italian spoken in Florence and Venice to the Italian in Rome.
Yeah.
Very different sounding. Like I went to Rome a few years back. I learned Italian, a little bit of Italian, like you did. I used Duolingo for a couple of weeks before I went, basically.
Yeah.
And on the flight over and things. And I went on my own. And I learned just enough to get by, and I was there for a week on my own. But then I did one where we did a day trip up to Pompeii. And the difference in the way the tour guides in Pompeii spoke Italian to the Roman tour guides, the accent, the dialect, are very different. I was explaining how Italian...
You're into Neapolitan
It does have accents, but also has dialects within the language. I would be... And again, if there's any linguists out there, please don't shoot. I would say that Yorkshire or Newcastle or Scouse, Liverpool, for those, they are distinct dialects of English. They are not English, they are dialects of English. They're like Patois, in Jamaican Patois, or they are a dialect of a language. When you go to Italy, in different areas of Italy, they're not speaking Italian, they're speaking a dialect of Italian.
Yeah.
And so it's really... And obviously Sicilian is... How many people will I insult if I say Sicilian is a dialect of Italian? Most of Sicily, no doubt.
Most of Sicily, I'm certain.
But it is, it's almost, it's a very similar language, but it's not...
It's not the same. It's not
Sicilian
the
is
same.
to, like, you've got your Romance languages, French, Italian, Spanish. If French, Italian and Spanish are all dialects of Latin, then Sicilian is a dialect of Italian in that sense, insofar as it's grown off from that branch of the tree.
Yeah. So, we got to the restaurant scene, I believe, didn't we? Because I know you were talking about the whole...
We've seen them show Michael the gun and just drop the gun, drop it to your side, no, you know... And it's they do that as if they expect Michael doesn't know. But Michael's very good, and I was talking about this. Michael plays the fool very well.
Yeah.
He's very, very... He plays the fool right up until it's obvious he's not a fool and he can't play that part
I always
anymore.
thought that one of the things that Mike was telling me is that the way that initially when Michael offers to do this, the way that he's sort of almost treated as... even though this guy's seen... Yeah, even though he's been from the war, to the war or whatever, they're kind of like, yeah, but, you never killed anyone up close kind of thing. Like, you've done it through long distance. There was that sort of thing. That there's a difference to what you're, to
you're talking about...
This
is killing in cold blood. You're talking about you can kill in the heat of battle. Well, anyone can kill in the heat of battle, but can you really... sit down to eat with a man and then put a gun in his face?
Yeah, you really look them directly in the eyes and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I think plays into a lot of how Michael does it. Because the plan, before he goes in, is he sits down, they order food, he says he has to use the toilet. Asks permission, shows respect. Gets up, goes to the toilet, and he's supposed to come out of the toilet shooting. That's the plan. He's not supposed to sit back down.
That's not how he does it, no.
It's not how he does it. And you do wonder if he does it that way as his own little two fingers up at Sonny and them who said he couldn't look a man in the face and kill him.
Yeah, and I always got... Because I think this is where you first time, if you're not sort of certain about how cold Michael Corleone can be...
are by now.
You are by the end of this scene. You're like, oh my God, this guy is... cold,
killer,
ruthless killer.
And if you think about it, this kill for Michael is him making is him earning his bones,
making his bones,
yeah. Which again is a mafia thing of your first kill for the family, you make your bones, and that's kind of if you've not made your bones, you're not a made man, and if you're not a made man, well then you're not really one of the family. You're not really one of them. You're a child. It's almost a rite of passage, a form of baptism by fire, if you like, into the culture of the mafia. And I was talking about how when they speak Sicilian to exclude the copper. The copper is clearly looks offended by that. But Michael plays the fool and pretends like he doesn't understand that it's designed to make him let his guard down. Which are interesting. There are translations out there of the conversation they have. And then obviously, famously, Michael blows them both away. And we get... Then we go to Sicily. And this is Act 2 of the movie. Wow, we've talked for 2 hours. And we're only on Act 2. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it is a
and we're holding the fort because the host is having had internet issues. So
yeah.
I hope you're happy with what we're doing here, Rig.
Yeah, I hope Ring's happy with this anyway, because it's on their channel. You'll know if this video goes private, Ring's not happy. So we've got... one thing, the whole sequence in Sicily is very dreamlike.
Mm.
The colours are a lot more saturated than the rest of the movie. It's all bright sun and bright daylight shots. Yeah, Krabby, we have 2.5 hours more of movie to discuss.
Well,
we've already been going for 2 hours.
the scary thing is, Rig and I discussed this last week, that we only, because there was so little to discuss with Little Caesar, that we barely did as much as the runtime of the movie. Normally we go longer than the runtime of the movie itself, and it's scary here because we might have to be a bit more succinct, Noodle, because we can otherwise we could be on here all night.
Yeah. But I do, and to be fair, how much of you not going for the runtime on Little Caesar is because I wasn't there? Because I know I talk a lot on these streams.
Yeah, possibly. Krabby says parts 2 to 6 coming.
Yeah. So we get the Sicilian sequence, and Michael is hit by the prophetic the oft prophesied lightning bolt, the lightning strike. He falls madly in love with this Sicilian girl. Yeah. Love at first sight. And this is what I mean by it's a dream sequence. It's almost a fairy tale within the story, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he's got his 2 guards with him, and they're local lads and they're shepherds. And he goes to see the daughter's father, all proper and traditional.
Mm.
And this scene with the proposal is really interesting as a proposal scene within media. Proposal scenes get a lot of attention in literature. This scene, I think, is up there because it's almost, I don't want to say it's a mockery because it's not, but it is a very close modern rendition of a traditional proposal scene, insofar as he goes to the father holds court, and he has a translator as if he's a foreign prince come to take her away. And the father is very formal. He keeps with this because he wants to be formal and, square his shoulders and things. And the line's great. It's like, then your daughter would lose a father instead of gaining a husband.
Mm.
And this is where we see how clever Michael is with his words. We've seen he's an excellent strategist. He's proven himself as a fighter. Now we see his intelligence with words. Because until this point in the movie, he's really not much of a talker.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that when he talks, it's through a translator.
I think Ring just said something. This is also where you see Michael is his father's son.
Very much so, yeah. He's capable of that reasonable approach, that very measured speech. And he considers every word. And he's got that from watching his father. That's not something he picked up in the Marines. That's from watching his father negotiate and speak.
That's from watching his father, being around his father, growing up around this.
Yeah. And it's a really interesting proposal scene, and then we have the wedding montage. And again, Coppola makes a joke in the commentary of Al Pacino can't speak Italian, can't speak Sicilian, can't dance, and can't drive, and in this montage he does all 3. And the dancing outside the church is it's a very traditional wedding. And well worth comparing to Connie's wedding, because there you see the difference with the American influence on the family.
Yeah.
The differences in the way they hold the wedding. The wedding is a whole citywide affair. They walk through the streets and it's a parade and all of that. And you can see... Go on.
Can I just say, you just mentioned Connie. Can I just say one of my bad habits in this, with Talia Shire in this, is I just cannot. Even with this, you had to roll with Connie. I always think of her as Adrian. I'm sorry, I just always think of Talia Shire as Adrian Balboa.
Yeah.
You know.
And if you look at this movie as well, there's also bits, and because I mentioned the parade through the town, I'll mention it. You see a lot of Coppola's family and a lot of his parents. But given that it's the wedding, do we want to take a side tangent and discuss the soundtrack of this movie?
Yeah, go on.
Because this movie, obviously the soundtrack is famous. Everyone knows the Godfather theme. Everyone knows the love theme from the Godfather. It's been ripped off, remixed, redone, borrowed, begged and sold 100 times in 100 different ways. It is a beautiful, beautiful soundtrack.
Absolutely.
And it has that, and again, Coppola being a stickler for it. All of the music players, all of the instrument players in this film are real. Like the band at Connie's wedding and the band at the wedding in Sicily. Coppola basically said he wanted a real band. Or it's a no-go. He didn't want actors pretending to play, he wanted a real band. And Coppola's father wrote a lot of the music for the film and directed the bands.
His father Carmine wrote some of the additional music for the film. But the Italian composer Nino Rota was the guy who scored a lot of the Godfather, and it is it's often one of those things that's probably, I think, somewhat overlooked when we talk about this film, is how good the soundtrack is to this.
Yeah.
It's often an overlooked piece, and yet, as Krabby said, starts whistling the theme.
And
it is that iconic.
It's distinctly Sicilian as well. It's got that. It's got the Italian sound, but it does have that distinctly Sicilian with the Arabic and the North African elements in Sicily. Because obviously, North African culture, a lot of it in Sicily is quite common, and had a major impact.
Now, Noodle, I can't remember if I said this when we were on air or whether this was something we said before we went on air. But do you remember I said about how originally the actual mob didn't want this movie even released and how they embraced it?
Yeah.
Now, I can't remember if I actually said this on air or whether this is something we said before we went live. But one of the things is, like I said, there's a documentary about the making of this movie, and there's a FBI agent who speaks about how they started talking like Don Corleone. But one of the other things when they were doing wiretaps is how often they were doing wiretaps in their clubs and whatever. You'd hear the theme from The Godfather playing.
Yeah, cause it's really nice, easy listening.
Yeah.
High-end restaurant music, piano music, isn't it? You could sit in a high-end restaurant and someone's there playing away on the piano, and they play this tune, and it'd fit right in with the ambience of like that very opulent late 1930s, 1940s golden reds and marble everywhere kind of style, that Art Deco style of restaurant. And style of architecture, it fits right in with that.
Yeah. If you've ever been for a meal in a restaurant chain in Britain called Frankie and Benny's, you guarantee you will hear something from the soundtrack of The Godfather anytime you go for a meal there. So
yeah, because Frankie and Benny's, for the Americans in the audience, Frankie and Benny's is probably the closest thing we have in the UK to an Olive Garden. It thinks it's Italian.
But it serves actually very crap food, and
yeah.
And
it's what foreigners think Italian is. It's not somewhere you take anyone who's actually Italian unless you want to insult them.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then we have with Apollina, and I love the juxtaposition of Michael's having this almost fairy tale time in Sicily, and at home, Connie's being beaten to a pulp.
With Carlo's
and
that's a triggering scene as well.
That is very triggering. That scene occurred.
That's a scene that I get angry at, and I'm like, and look, I'm a white male. I'm not someone who's been on the end of domestic abuse, shall we say?
Yeah.
That scene, those scenes of there's several. Well, there's a scene a little later where we'll get to Carlo abuses Connie again. It's just horrible to me. It's kind of horrible to watch.
So and I think there's something about that scene you have to understand. First of all, that scene was put in because Coppola was under threat of having an action director brought in because they said there wasn't enough action in the film. Yeah. That's why she gets very leery and starts throwing shit about. It's an action sequence. But also, it's something that I think is often overlooked about this film. Talia Shire is Francis Ford Coppola's sister.
Yeah.
That cannot have been easy for him to direct that and for him to watch her in that state. I don't care who you are or how professional you are. When a member of your family is like that, it's hard to watch not knowing that, not knowing her.
She's, I gotta say, she is, I think, one of the most underrated actresses ever. Talia Shire. She is so good.
I think a lot of it with Connie as well. Obviously, she's very much she suffers from a lot of the men treating her like little woman needs to be protected and kept quiet and obedient, all the rest of it. But Connie puts up a hell of a fight. Connie does not go down quietly. She puts up a hell of a fight. And she is violent and loud, and she does not back down. And it is really, really. I mean, again, it's difficult to watch, but you cannot say that she took that laying down because she didn't, and she clearly hadn't before either.
No,
and you do get the impression that the reason Carlo treats her like that, not just because it's a trap for Sonny, but because she won't back down. And I'm not saying she should. I am absolutely not saying she should. I would react in exactly the same way. But she's a challenge to Carlo's masculinity. Yeah. And he doesn't like the fact that she can and will go toe-to-toe with him and destroy shit.
The final time it happens, is the time you see it happens, yes, that's a trap for Sonny. Yeah. But we already know that he's done this before because
she's been to Sonny and told Sonny before. And Sonny's told her, go back and behave yourself.
Yeah, basically. Go back, behave yourself. But then of course, Sonny, even though he's like, hey, you go back, be a good wife, but that sort of. But Sonny comes and finds Carlo and beats the fuck out of him. And next time you beat the shit out of my sister, you're a dead man.
Yeah, it gives him a kicking and gives him the warning. So not only has Carlo taken it off Connie, because we know she's given him a good couple of slaps back.
Yeah.
I say this, I'm Northern, I'm British, I'm from Yorkshire. Connie is what we affectionately refer to as a scrapper.
Yeah.
She's a scrapper. She goes in there and she can give as good as she gets and she will not back down. Like, you've got to seriously go for the kill to stop her fighting back. And that, I think, to her credit, she is, in her own way, her father's daughter. She will not take abuse.
No. She's, I think, especially in the first movie. I mean, I know we get a bit more into her in part two, but Connie is a deeply underrated character in this movie. I got to say,
She really is. And the thing is as well, we see Sonny tell her, go be a good wife, this is the bed you made, lie in it, basically. Which is the attitude of a lot of people, and still, you know, in some cultures is still the prevailing attitude.
And I'm sure
we are also primed to see that Sonny is a good man and does give Carlos a kicking over it.
Yeah. I mean, and again, we'll talk a bit about Connie a bit later, but but there is obviously that certain sense of, even if she hates Carlo, there's a certain sense of duty as a wife or whatever.
Yeah.
Which we could get into a bit more towards the end, I think.
Yeah. Because don't forget, Carlo's not trusted in the family.
No.
Carlo is not trusted, because the Godfather even said, "And what should we do with the groom at the wedding?" And he said, "Give him something, but not something important. Give him a living, but not something important."
Just give him
the
something.
Godfather doesn't trust him. Keep him busy. Make him feel important, but don't
make him feel like he's valued, but we don't value him, and he's someone we need to keep an eye on, kind of thing.
Yeah. So they already know Carlos is not.
Well, at least
great.
Vito knows, at least,
Vito's pegged him. Sonny's clearly pegged him, because Sonny gives him the kicking.
Yeah.
Michael, I think, has pegged him, but especially we see in later films, Michael, again, it's that cold, calculating thing of, you made your bed, lie in it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a lot of the empathy that we see in Sonny. Sonny's empathy comes out as anger and rage, yes.
Yeah.
But he is, at his core, a deeply caring person.
But at the
and
same
we see
time,
that in the story of Tom. We see it with Connie.
Yeah.
Sonny is, at his core, a good man.
The way it's warped as it is, it's Sonny in a certain way. You could say this is Sonny showing how much he loves his sister in a way by beating the fuck out of her abusive husband.
Yeah, he's basically saying, you start with my sister, you start with me, and
you do this to her again,
you're a dead man.
You're a dead man.
Dead man, yeah. And the thing is, I don't think for a second Sonny doesn't believe Carlo will do it again. I think Sonny genuinely believes that giving him the kicking the first time will put a stop to it.
Yeah, I'm sure he hopes it does. I'm sure he thinks it does.
I think, but it's that naive hope of someone who, I think, because Sonny has his own baggage. Because in the book, Sonny has this. Sonny's known as a very manly man, and all that entails. And in the book, there's a joke about Sonny. The standing joke about Sonny is that when he goes to a brothel, even the working girls, they look at him and they demand double. Is the standing joke with Sonny. Sonny is very masculine. And he's contrasted with Michael in the book, where it's pointed out that until Michael was about 17 and had his first girlfriend, the Don was worried, and I quote, for Michael's masculinity. Because he's a very softly spoken and very, he's not like Sonny.
We know what that implication is there. Okay.
Yes, we know what the implication is there. Yeah. But yeah, Sonny sleeps with the bridesmaid at the wedding. And Sonny's he's a man's man, isn't he? He's a walking archetype.
He's your man's man, your lads kind of thing who,
Yeah. He's a typical wise guy. He's very much a typical wise guy. Sonny, for me, is not made to lead because he doesn't have that edge that Michael has. Sonny doesn't have the... Yes, he's violent. Yes, he can...
Nudo, I just wanted to go back to a bit about Connie. I just saw what Krabby put in the chat.
Yeah, I just saw that. I'm just leading to that. Because, Sonny is violent and everything else, but he has that heart of gold at the centre of it. Everything Sonny does is for his family because he loves them. But Sonny has his own code. There's certain things Sonny won't do. And you get that impression of Sonny. Sonny's not the kind of guy to leave a kid hungry on the streets. Sonny is not the kind of guy to, kill someone in cold blood. He doesn't think he can do it.
Yeah.
I don't think Sonny could do it.
I mean, I kind of like
Michael clearly
Sonny.
is.
You know, I kind of like Sonny in this sort of, even though he's a hothead and
Yeah.
whatever, and he's violent. In a certain level, I kind of like Sonny.
Yeah. I think we all do, and I think we're meant to. He is he's a bit like. Let me finish before anyone comments on this. He's a bit of a Robin Hood figure, insofar as he's that rogue with a heart of gold. He's willing to bend the rules, he's willing to break the rules, but he's not willing to break his own rules.
He's not,
and
yeah,
he
not
does
willing
have
to
his own
break
rules.
his own particular moral code.
and he has his own personal honour code of looking after his family and everything else. And he doesn't have that harshness that Michael has.
Reminds me a little of Omar Little in The Wire in that respect.
Yeah. But leading to that, you know, he moves to protect Connie, and he does what he thinks is best. Now we know watching this film that had it been Michael Connie had gone to, Michael had a centre back and not done anything.
Yeah.
The first time. But if Michael got to the point where he decided it was a disrespect to him, which, let's be honest, 90% of the reason the response was there is because it's disrespectful to the family to beat the woman. That came from it as well. That would be why Michael's reaction would be, but this looks bad on me, therefore you must die. Whereas Sonny's reaction is, you hurt my baby sister, I am going to kill you. Like, those are two very different approaches to the same problem.
I mean, you get the different, and you always get the thing as well. Michael might, if it was more, you know, he would suffer it to a certain point where, as long as maybe if this guy is somewhat useful to me, I'll endure the insult to my family or whatever, or the insult to me, if this guy's useful to me. But the second he is no longer any use to me, that's when Michael will do something. Yeah,
exactly. Whereas Sonny does it regardless.
Yeah.
And as Krabby put in the comments, we can't bring it up and put it on the screen, unfortunately, but there's put, they'll admit Connie inspired at the time of the movie release to stop taking that same sort of family violence. And exactly, Connie is a really inspirational character in this, and I'm really glad you saw something.
Thank you, and also Krabby, thank you for sharing that as well.
Thank you for sharing that. I'm really glad you saw something in this movie that had that kind of impact on you, because no one should be taking that. If you're in a situation where that scene looks familiar to you, you absolutely have the right to remove yourself from that situation by, I won't say by any means necessary, don't go out killing people, but remove yourself, you know, like, you know, defend yourself, remove yourself from that situation. You have that right.
Ludo,
no one has the right to treat you like that.
I've got to step out for 2 minutes, okay?
Yeah. And that's with Connie, and we kind of, the juxtaposition here is that violent life Connie's got with Michael and his wife. Michael, with Apollina, the emotions we see, it's the closest we see to Michael actually being emotional, having a sense of vulnerability, having actually caring about someone. He cares about his wife, and they fall into this pattern very quickly of, there's a banter between them. Their relationship looks real. And it's obviously it's very short lived, but you know the banter about I'll teach you English, it's safer than teaching you to drive, and things like that. These are, it's loving banter that Michael has with Apollina, which makes what happens to her. I think if the cafe scene is Michael's first foray into falling over the edge into, you know, the descent into hell or the descent into madness or the rise of the devil, whatever you want to call it, that is the final nail in the coffin. Like, at that point, I think the last of what humanity Michael had because he comes back from the war. He's obviously, softly spoken, but there's obviously some kind of history there that makes him quiet and back off. But then we don't ever see, in any of the films, we never see Michael show the same level of affection to anyone ever again after Apollina. It's almost like he learns to shut himself down completely. Like before he was a little bit shut down, but now he's just, there's nothing there at all. It's a blank. It's the lights are on, but nobody's home. There's nothing there. And the way he shows his affection and his love changes very, very quickly from that kind of gentle, loving vulnerability he had with Apollina to he becomes the harsh, paternal head of the family. He becomes that. He almost starts to run the family like a military. Kay can ask questions, keep the children under control, and it's very powerful the way he does it. When he gets to that point, but there are things we need to discuss before he gets to that point, because we have all that happening in Sicily with Michael, and then we have Connie taking the beat, running to Sonny, and then Sonny going after Carlos. Now I want to wait until Scummer comes back to talk about what happens to Sonny, because I'm sure Scummer has commentary on it. But it's not pleasant. And again, that's why the gore and the horror trigger warnings are on this stream, because wow, that was just, there's a lot of blood. And Sonny is very, again, they use Sonny's good heart against him. And this is the whole thing with Sonny. They know Sonny is not going to stand for his little sister being beaten up. So they use it against him. And it's all planned and it's set up. And that's why we know Michael wouldn't react in the same way. Even to an extent, I don't think Fredo would react in the same way. The Don definitely wouldn't. The Don would give an order.
Hiya, Noodle. I think you're
Sonny
about to get
has
on
to do it in his own hands.
We-
I'm just getting
we
on to
get
the
to-
bridge scene.
Yeah, the toll booth scene.
Yeah, I'm just talking about how all of that is set up on the basis of, we talked about how Sonny has that deep empathy in contrast to Michael, and how and that's basically used against him. That's what signs his death warrant. Because if Sonny hadn't been such a hothead, if he'd just stopped and thought about it and said, right, my sister's taken a kicking again after I warned the guy. What do I... If he'd have just stopped for a minute and gone, okay, I'm going to call Clemenza. I'm going to call one of the others. I want to talk to my father about this. I want to talk to my brother about this. If he'd have done that, that bridge scene doesn't happen. But because Sonny is such a hothead, because he cannot stand the sight of his little sister bruised and beaten and crying, he jumps in that car and he goes straight into out of the frying pan into the fire.
Straight into a trap. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's been set for him, and I mean, I'll say trigger warning for violence. I mean, I will say compared to, so we say, some films that have followed it, this might seem a little tame even, but for 1972, this was
like Goodfellas was a lot rougher than this. There's another film that had a lot of blood and violence in it. That's a mob film. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head, but that violence is that's the moment you sort of wonder, who's directing this again? Because that scene looks more like something
it's almost on a Paul Verhoeven level of gore, isn't it?
It's almost kind of it's what you'd expect from Scorsese, not.
As I said, sort of, like I said, Verhoeven, like, the films like RoboCop, Total Recall, it's almost that kind of level,
Yeah.
but not quite. But
it's not. It's up there though. I mean, it's hard to watch. And then
it's hard to watch because I think, as I said, I made the Verhoeven reference. Verhoeven's almost, and some of these other things are so gory that they almost go into the realm of cartoonishly gory. This
almost does that, but it stays on the side of realism, and I think
just stays on that right side.
Yeah, and I mean the hard bit for me is especially when you watch it knowing that it was a trap and it was planned. Which, if you're keeping up with the movie, you figured that out by the time you see him on the ground. They stop to check to make sure he's dead. They don't want to make the same mistake they made with Vito. And then they kick him in the head.
Yeah, it's almost
the kick in the head that really
that's the bit
grinds my gears. It's just disrespectful at that point.
It's just that
there was no reason for that.
It's just that
literally the ultimate kick in the face.
Final insult to the man,
Yeah, it's basically a desecration, and it's.
But it's like, it's just not we just killed you, but we disrespect you and everything you stand for, and
and it's cruel, and especially because throughout this film we've been primed to view these people as following an honor code and having a set of laws of their own. Even if it's not American law, they still have an honor code to an extent, and they're deeply Catholic as well. And I mean, you can get away with a lot under Catholicism, but desecrating a corpse, like, I'm not Catholic anymore, and I still cringe at that. Like, it's deeply embedded in there. You do not desecrate a corpse. You respect the dead. And I just think that's, and then we have this scene, for me, if I had to pick one scene in this entire movie that I adore, like utterly adore, and if you were to give me, you were to say to me, pick one scene and you could only watch one scene from this movie, it would be this scene between Vito and Tom.
Oh, that is so moving.
It is so moving. It is so heartbreaking. I wrote an essay on that single scene when I was doing my A-levels.
I think
because there's so much going on in it.
I think it's best I just let you go ahead with this then.
So, the scene opens and it's a darkened room and Tom's sat drinking. Now, we've never seen Tom drink up until this point. There is in the book, there's an explanation that his parents were alcoholics. Tom doesn't drink. Tom's teetotal. Like, does not drink. Didn't even have a drink at the wedding if you watch it, because he was working that day. And yet he's sat here and he's drinking the anisette, the homebrew basically. And he's drinking and he's and for the first time we see Tom and his collar's open and he's bent down and he just looks broken, and it's all very well done to make him he looks like he's really someone's taken the rug out from under him.
Sorry, I had a scary moment then. My Wi-Fi went for a moment. I was like, no! No, because I got no ring to let me back in if that happens.
Please. But yeah, and he's sat there in this darkened room, and it's very much set as this is almost a dark night of the soul for Tom. The boy who pulled him in off the streets, who gave him everything, because don't forget it was Sonny who found him, is dead. And we see Tom truly grieve in that moment. And then the Godfather walks in and he's got and he's rasping like this. And he carries on rasping.
He's still struggling to talk at this point. And
look, you've seen how much I smoke, folks, and my voice isn't that raspy, so, you know. And he's and he sits down. And there's not there's so much insinuated and referenced to in this scene in very few words, and it's a very intelligently written dialogue. And the Godfather says, I see cars coming and going, I hear movement, I hear my wife crying. And Tom's his consigliere, Tom's his right-hand man. Tom's basically making Tom his consigliere. He's saying, this man is closer to me than my own sons, my own brothers. This man is the man on whom I depend with everything. And he sits down and he says, so tell me, consigliere, what is it that everyone else seems to know? So they've not told the Don. He's sick. You don't want to tell someone their kids died when they've just been, they're recovering from an injury.
I see cars coming and going. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And Tom looks up and he's holding the.
Sorry, I had to do that at least once during.
You had to do it at least once, don't you? To be fair, that's what Marlon Brando did. He shoved.
That is exactly what Marlon Brando did. Got a couple of like
cotton balls.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he even points out, and again, it's that reference to what happens in the book of. Tom says, I was just about to come up to tell you, and the Don looks at him and sees and says, but you needed a drink first.
Mm.
Never have those words been spoken and carried so much gravitas.
Yeah.
But you needed a drink first. You couldn't possibly do this sober. You needed some Dutch courage.
Mm.
And Tom looks at the drink and then he takes a sip and puts it down.
Like, yeah.
And then the Don sits down and he says, well, consigliere, you've had your drink. Yeah. And you see Tom, and it's so beautifully acted because Tom is trying to hold it together. Because if you think about it, Sonny's been killed, Michael's not in the house, Michael's in Sicily, the Don's in bed. Tom is the one who's had to organise everything. They will be looking to Tom for leadership because he's consigliere. Like, that's what will be going on here. And Tom's struggling to hold it together, and he's clearly held it together this far. And then he says, they shot, and you see him crack under the weight of having to say it, of having to tell this poor man that his son has been killed.
Santino's dead,
They killed him. And the Godfather stands up and puts his arm around Tom's shoulders, and Tom weeps into his chest. And that is classic parent-child.
Yeah.
Parent goes to hold them and just holds him and lets Tom have his moment of breakdown.
Mm.
And
which is what I said. This is what Mrs. sort of said. This is a big. I think in a certain way, a little bit of the difference between Vito and Michael in a certain way. Michael can maybe fake that kind of empathy or whatever.
I don't think Michael would have.
I don't think Michael would have done what Vito does here, and even though Vito's own heart is broken here, he has to look out for his kid first. He still puts his arm around Tom, and it's
looks after Tom first.
Which is something I don't think Michael could do.
No, and if he did, it would have been fake. It wouldn't have felt right.
It wouldn't. Yeah, it would have been very like a kind of cold, going through the motions kind of.
Yeah, tap on the shoulder and an awkward.
Because this is what's expected of me, kind of thing.
You know that gif of the person puking into the toilet, and then there's a brush just brushing at their shoulder.
Yeah.
It's that basically with Michael. That's what would have happened, but with Vito, it's real, and there is that, and that's the moment you truly see that. Even though he's not Italian, he's not blood, Vito looks on Tom as a son.
Yeah.
He really does. And that explains a lot of the hell Vito will have taken over the years for having a white consigliere and an Irish or a German consigliere.
Yeah.
You know, they call Tom Irish. They say he's Irish. He's, and it really, if there's one scene that you really want to know who Tom is and who the Don is, it's that scene. It's who you are in the dark. No one would have known how either of those two would behave in that moment except each other. And yet they both go out of their way to show kindness to the other, above and beyond what you'd expect for work colleagues. And they're united in their grief.
Mm.
And it's a really... We talk about found family tropes a lot on Media Musings. I've noticed this. We talk about found family a lot. And that moment is really... That's the found family moment of this movie.
Yeah.
Then we go to The Undertaker. And this takes us back right to the start. This is the throwback to the start now. This is the thing of when you ask the Don for a favour, you owe him one.
Mm.
You are his friend. And in the books it goes into how the Undertaker was terrified that it would be, it was literally having nightmares and waking up at night scared the Don would make him help hide a body or cover something.
Yeah,
up.
he was going to be forced to do something he didn't want to do.
Yeah. And then again, it's this moment of seeing what kind of a man Vito is, in that it's something I just want his mother to be able to look at him one last time.
Yeah, just
look at how they massacred my boy. I just want his mother to be able to look at him,
like so that he can have an open casket funeral, essentially. Which I'm sure you'll may be able to give some significance on this from a Catholic background.
Yeah, so Catholic funerals are by and large open casket if at all possible. There's a lot of reasons for this historical, cultural. A lot of it is to prove that the person is actually in the box, that it's actually them who's dead. Because legally there were things like that. To prove that they are dead, because, the Catholic Church has a history of, vampire stories and ghost stories and stuff. It's all in the superstitions. But also a lot of the blessings that go on during a funeral, at a Catholic funeral, the prayers are said over the body for the soul of the person. And there's an understanding that at the funeral, you kind of... The state your body is in when you're buried is the state you're in when you get to the pearly gates. So it used to be side tangent, but it used to be in the 1800s when, say, a woman died. If she was very poor, they'd shave her head and sell the hair to pay for the funeral.
Yeah.
But it was considered... It was considered a desecration because she's meeting a maker without her hair, without her identity, and it stripped something from her to do that. And it was wrong, and it's just viscerally wrong. And I don't know if that translates outside of Catholicism. I'm sure it does. But there is this visceral sense of how you die and how you look in your box the day you go into the ground. And you do go into the ground because they're Catholic, and at this time the Catholic Church did not approve of cremation. Is how you're going to look when you meet your maker. And you have to look your best when you meet your maker. It's the same. It's why you dress up to go to church on Sundays. Because you're going to see God and you've got to dress well. None of this come as you are nonsense that Christians do where they show up in jeans and t-shirt for church on a Sunday. Not a short shirt and trousers, tie for the men. It's very formal.
That's one of the few things the Church of England sort of has borrowed from the Catholic Church.
Yeah,
Church
of England borrows that, but yeah, Sunday best. Yeah, so you kind of the idea is you get buried in your Sunday best. To
quote Rowan Atkinson, my well, didn't the hat shop do well this week?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it is that, and it's that sense of you're going to meet your maker, you've got to look your best. So to go riddled in bullets and scarred up and everything else is not good. Plus, it's just really not. There's a platitude that goes round at funerals that say, but they're at peace now. You can't look peaceful if your body's riddled in bullets and you look a state.
Yeah.
You're supposed to look like you've just fallen asleep. That's how it's supposed to look. And, you know, undertakers take great pains in making bodies look peaceful and at rest, because that's part of the grieving process for the living. And when someone doesn't look quite right in their box, it can have a severe impact on the people around them and on the people who attend the funeral. So it is really, it's heartbreaking, because we get this saying of no parent should have to bury their child, and that's kind of a universally understood is the worst thing.
Yeah.
But to have to bury your child, but then to have to bury them looking ravaged and scarred,
and
it's a further kick in the teeth. And that's what the Don's trying to protect his wife from. He doesn't want his wife to see her baby that way.
Yeah.
And that's understandable. And again, it's this thing of protecting the women from the worst of it, which is something that goes throughout this film. They have to protect the women from the worst of it.
Yeah.
Which is why Kay is so irritating to a lot of the characters in this film, because she insists on knowing.
Yeah, she's always asking the questions and stuff.
Yeah. Whereas the Italian women, they know you don't question the men, because the men are looking after the family, and, you know, that's how that works. So yeah, that's what's going on there. From a Catholic point of view, it is very much a case of you've got to meet your maker in your best. You know, a lot of traditionally,
I think,
just to give an idea, most men in Catholicism get buried in the same suit they got married in. Because that's the best suit you're ever going to wear in your life. That's the suit from the happiest day of your life. That's the best you ever looked. That's a tailored suit that was made for you, and you probably spent a fortune on it. I remember when my mum passed away, people were saying to me, are you going to bury her in her wedding dress? Like, hell am I? But that was because that's not what my mum wanted. My mum wanted
the old
different.
joke of a lot of people only go to church 3 times in their lives, you know?
Baptism, wedding and funeral.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing. And, you know, even people who don't want to be buried in their wedding dress or whatever, like, my mum always said to me, make me up like I'm going to a party, you know, because I'm going to a party. And that's the thing as well. You're going to a party, you're going to a big event, you're going to heaven to meet God, and you're going to live forever, and you're going to be happy, and it's going to be joyful and bright, and so you've got to be dressed for the occasion. It's a big occasion, you've got to be dressed for
I'd
it,
be dressed for the occasion, but me being the sick fucker that I am, if I had an open casket funeral, I want a certain jack-in-the-box mechanism, kind of. But that's just me.
The problem is the box. What they do is, with the box, the box is carried in closed, and then what happens is, as the family sit down, the undertakers remove the lid and put it to one side for the funeral. Then the lid goes on before you leave the church.
Yeah.
So it is very much, it's bound up in Christianity and Catholicism and just general culture as well. Like, look, funerals are not for the dead. Funerals are for the living. Like, funerals, the dead don't care. Funerals are for the living, so you can pay your last respects. So you can usually honour the last wishes of the person and feel like you've done something.
Yeah.
And that's the attitude. Ring, you did look good on our wedding day, and I've got the photographs to prove it. Don't start Ring in the chat there saying they didn't look good on our wedding day. I've got the photographs to prove it.
I mean, for example, like in a couple of weeks, I won't be on this show because I'm going to a wake for someone who passed away 2 years ago. I'll just say my sister died. Because of COVID, we didn't have a wake. So it was one of the things the family decided, whenever we can get together or whatever, you know, and properly have a celebration of this person's life. And
but that's not for their benefit. That's for your benefit.
That's for our benefit. It's our closure.
Yeah, exactly. I went to a funeral a couple of months ago, and the comment always gets passed at every funeral. I haven't, I haven't seen you in a long time. How are you? I'm well, very well, thank you. If I don't see you later, I'll see you at the next funeral.
Yeah.
Because the only thing that gets everyone out is a funeral. Everyone comes out for a funeral. There are people I know, and I only know in the context of going to other people's funerals. Like I don't have a phone number for these people. But they're always at every funeral.
I'll just say there was a guy in our local pub. I mean, he unfortunately passed away himself a few years ago, but he was kind of known that like almost it's almost seemed like on a weekly basis he was going to a funeral. He was getting on, and he was like, "When the fuck's it going to be my turn?" kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know. At least once, it almost felt like once a week he'd come in his black suit and black tie because he
just come from a funeral.
Yeah,
like there's a standing joke. I don't know if you can speak to this, if it's the same down south, but if I go into work and someone's wearing a suit, it's you got an interview or you're going to a funeral.
Yeah.
Who died? You know, it's just funerals are for the living. And this film's really interesting because it does cover those three main life events, but it does them in the wrong order. It goes wedding, funeral, baptism.
Yeah.
And the structural... you can't get married in the Catholic Church unless you're baptised in the Catholic Church. You just can't. They won't let you. If you are Catholic and you want to marry someone who is not Catholic, they either have to convert and take their baptismal vows and confirmation vows, or you have to have a secular wedding. Like, you can't... It's a closed shop. It really is a closed shop. So the Catholicism permeates this
probably
film.
would be the big issue I'd have with dating a Catholic, honestly, but because I know that would become a problem at some point.
At some point, yeah. I mean, I remember when Ring and I first got together, and I was just like, no, I've never ever wanted a Catholic wedding ever. Like, and my parents were like, but you can't. How can you marry them in a? You can't. They're not Catholic. And I was just like, so we'll go to the town hall. And my parents were horrified. My mum especially was horrified. You can't not have a Catholic wedding. And I was just like, I didn't even get confirmed because I didn't want to, and now you want me to have a Catholic wedding, like. But it's so baked into cultures and Catholic culture that it's just it's assumed if you're Catholic you will have a Catholic wedding. It is just assumed, and ergo a Catholic funeral. Which, for the record, I don't want one of those either. Thank you. So, yeah, and again, that's something I have had to go out of my way to make known, that I don't want a Catholic funeral.
I'm going to say, I'm going to get back onto it, because I think we've taken a big
detour
here, but I know
the reason I'm coming back to it is because none of these characters at any point question their religion. The religion just permeates the culture, and that's kind of why I've given these tangents and these anecdotes to just...
Yeah.
It's never... in the book... Kay, the mother, the Don's wife, has beef with Kay. Because the first time Kay is invited to go to church with them, she eats before she goes to church. She has breakfast.
Oops. Big no-no.
You don't eat before communion. You do not eat before communion. And literally to the point, it's the last words in the book, The Godfather. Kay getting into a car to go to church with the mother, and the mother asking Kay if she's had breakfast. Years later, every week she asks her, have you had breakfast? And Kay has to tell her no.
No, not yet.
Yeah, you don't eat until after church. So yeah, that's what I mean by permeates this.
I mean, I think it's a good. I mean, it's a big tangent we've taken, but I think it was a necessary tangent, and
definitely necessary.
Hey, I'm just going to point out we're at runtime. We're at runtime in the movie, exactly. So
yeah, we are at runtime, give or take. Depending on which version you've watched, try get the uncut version if you can. I think it's about 3 hours 10. It's well worth it.
Okay, so
yeah, and then we have this. What are we going to call it? Are we going to call it the UN of New York?
The commission
meeting of the five families.
And, obviously, in that last scene we were talking, at the end of it, Don Vito's like, look, call a meeting of the heads of the five family. The war has to stop.
Yeah.
This has gone on too long.
And this is the contrast we see between Vito and Michael, how they deal with having to stop the war. Vito calls a meeting and tries to be a diplomat. Michael just...
He is and he isn't. He is and he isn't, I think, in this scene, Vito, because I think there's something more going on with this as well. And I think, we'll get into that in a minute. But this is... And again, I'm going to give a little historical basis because this is, again, something that is based on truth. The commission, there was 5 New York families. Originally, when it was set up after a gang war in the 1920s, originally they were divided into 5 families by a guy called Salvatore Maranzano, who... actually, Noodle, you might appreciate this, divided the families along the lines of something structurally like a Roman legion, because Maranzano was a big studier. Like he read things like the Gallic Wars and stuff, and often quotes Caesar to his troops. But Maranzano was wanted to be boss of bosses, which is. The other guys who fought this war were like, no, that's not what we actually wanted, a bit more democracy. So Maranzano had to go. So they killed him, and then the guy called Lucky Luciano, famous gangster, formed this thing called the Commission. So it'd be, again, you know what I said earlier about the dark side of American capitalism?
Yeah, definitely.
The Commission is the board of directors, essentially, for the mob.
Yeah,
the heads of the families would be there. This would be this big. If you think about the high table from John Wick, that sort of thing.
I was just about to make the John Wick comment. I was legit about to say it.
This is that that high table, the board meeting. They meet once or twice a year, whatever. Discuss issues, thrash out, or they might occasionally call an issue, but the whole idea is this is there to stop wars from happening.
Yeah, so it's like the UN basically on a smaller scale.
It is a UN thing. Yeah, it is a UN thing, but it also it's
like there's even in the book board of directors. Yeah, in the book the joke is cracked about the commission and everything else. Someone passes the comment, if the 5 families that had been in charge, there wouldn't have been a Second World War.
Yeah.
Because they'd have sat down at the table at the commission and thrashed it out. That's how that'd have gone down. So that's what it's kind of looking like. Now, Vito goes into this and he appears... This is why I say Michael... Like, when Ring said Michael is his father's son, you very much see it here. Vito's very good at playing... Michael plays the innocent, naive fool very well. Vito plays the kindly grandfather very well.
Yeah.
And I say plays because everything that happens in this meeting, there's something else going on.
Yeah.
And Vito is watching, and Vito is so intelligent because what he knows and how he figures it out, it's a blink and you miss it moment.
Oh,
and the only person who could possibly understand the way Vito understood it is Vito, because Vito is the one who the warning is given to. And who the threat is issued to in Vito's own language. Like, that is a specific threat directly to him.
But,
and that's how he knows.
Yeah,
so,
you get the feeling that Vito's gone to this meeting, isn't he? It's essentially to, it's on the surface, end the war with this other particular family.
Yeah, and he's playing the sentimental old man. He misses his boy. He's lost one. He's tired. He's had enough.
He's tired, and he wants Michael back. He also wants Michael back, which is a big part of this meeting as well. This is but Vito's. I think he obviously knows there's something more afoot. And this meeting is him going in there, trying to get confirmation in the sense of his suspicions.
Yeah, it's a fact-finding mission. especially after the funeral, especially after Sonny's funeral. And because they go in, and Vito goes in, and he's got Tom at his side again, his consigliere, who's paying attention, watching it all. And Vito, and they make the agreement, and you've got it appears like it's a war between Vito and Tatalia. And Tatalia's a bit of a comes across as a bit of a worm.
Noodle, can I come back in like 2 minutes? I'm having a sneezing fit. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Tatalia comes across as a bit of a worm, a bit soft, a bit like he's clearly intelligent enough to have got to that position, but once he's there, he seems to be resting on his laurels, letting his sons do a lot of the work, and he doesn't seem to be on the same level intellectually, strategically, as the others in the room. He talks a lot. There's a lot of this. And the more he talks, and he doesn't talk and say nothing. The things he says, he's tying his own noose every time he opens his mouth. He really is. But when you watch the scene, at the end of the scene, Vito knows who is actually behind all this, who's pulling the strings. And it's because you have the two of them opposite each other, and they've agreed to a peace and everything else. But there is one person in the scene who is tunnel visioned on this idea of bringing narcotics to New York because it's profit, and he's very profit driven. What the frig's his name? Brasalio or something? Bazzini. And Bazzini is, every time Vito says something, Bazzini jumps in and brings it back round to the narcotics issue over and over. That's the first clue. Tatalia's gabbing away, but he keeps looking at Bazzini as if he's taking cues, or as if he's been told what to say sometimes, the way he reacts to certain things. And the Don notices this, but then Bazzini passes a comment. And again, it is that blink and you miss it moment of, no one else in the room noticed what this was. Bazzini says to the Don, he says, they're talking about how the Don is a good man, a humble man who shares. And he says, yes, he's too humble. He keeps his senators in his pocket and he doesn't share. And then he says, and he refuses accommodations. And then, but I've only ever refused one, and that was for good reason, and I gave my reasons, and we're reasonable men, and yeah. And then Bazzini passes the comment of, but refusing is not the act of a friend. And for the Don, who his entire shtick is friendship and loyalty and honour and looking out for your friends and everything else, that's the very subtle, very underplayed threat that is made to him of, if you are not my friend because you will not help me get narcotics into New York, then that makes you my enemy. Therefore, your refusal made you my enemy. Ergo, what do we do with our enemies? We fight them and we destroy them. Therefore, that's how the Don knows that Bazzini is this behind Sonny being killed, not Tatalia. Even though Tatalia's the one doing all the talking. And he's the one who is apparently at war with him. And that's a very interesting moment because everyone misses that. Even Tom misses that and doesn't notice that until the Don points it out to him. And it's so important because that's the moment you realise this man stood at Sonny's graveside and dropped a rose into the grave. He came to the funeral to pay his respects. He came. All the 5 families came to Sonny's funeral. But he came to Sonny's funeral knowing he'd killed him. And he looked the Don in the face. and he looks Michael in the face as well when he comes to the funeral. And it's when they hold the funeral, it's the Don who says to Michael, again, because once power's being transferred over, whoever comes to you with the deal, that's the traitor, that's Barzini's man. But before we get to that, I'm going to wait for Scummer to finish his coughing fit, because I think we need to talk about this exchange of power scene, because it's in the same office as the opening scene for this movie, but it's been adapted slightly. Things have changed in the office, and it looks more like it's based in the 50s now, which, that's what it's supposed to look like. But it's the same desk and it's the same people, more or less.
Sorry about that, guys.
You all right, Scott?
COVID sucks.
Yeah. You all right?
Yeah. I just had a massive coughing and sneezing fit. I think I'm okay now. So.
Okay, so yeah, I was just talking about how the Don pegged Barzini at the meeting.
Maybe.
And then. Oh.
No, I think I'm okay.
Yeah. And then told Michael what to look out for at the funeral as well.
Yeah.
But before that, we need to go back, because we skipped over it, the exchange of power with Michael and Vito.
Yeah.
Because that's a really important scene, because we see there how Michael thinks. Because this is Michael's moment to shine. And Michael has to get this right, otherwise he loses the loyalty of the Capos. Michael's there, and it's the exchange of power. I am no longer head of the family, my son is. I will be here. And then Michael, cherry on the cake, Michael makes the best strategic move, I think, of these 3 films. He makes Vito his consigliere.
Consigliere, yeah.
And not because Tom's out, although that's what he says.
Yeah.
Tom is out.
And again, we mentioned earlier.
He gives the reasoning.
Yeah.
He
put a pin
gives
in
the
this for next
reasoning
week
of,
as well.
Because it's important,
Tom's
because Michael's thinking long term, and he's going to need a lawyer long term, but he doesn't need one now. What Michael needs now is a wartime consigliere, and as he puts it, what better consigliere than my father?
Yeah. And obviously, Michael's thinking, I mean, this is one of the things, obviously, that is a theme throughout this as well, is that, and you can maybe question Michael's sincerity with this, but throughout this, but the whole thing is, once he's taken control of the Corleone family, is like his long-term goal, so he professes, is to go basically make the Corleone family legit. So the operation in like Las Vegas, the casinos, he probably realizes Tom's going to be more used to him there.
Yeah, exactly. But this is why. Yeah, he has to make clear that Tom is out of this side of the business, but that doesn't mean that Tom is not still family.
Yeah.
But from now on, Tom is not in, because Tom cannot be implicated in any criminal activity, because Tom is his. Tom's the white dove of the family, isn't he? He's the one who's sent out ahead to make a path. He's meant to be innocent because he will pave the way. And you don't really see that come to fruition until the second half of the second film. And you don't really see how Tom doesn't. I mean, I know we don't talk about it, but really Tom's role doesn't really come to a head until the third film.
Unfortunately, I was going to say there was something I just wanted to touch on. Unfortunately, it happened when I was having my little fit a minute ago. But during that meeting, and you touched on it. This was the whole issue with this whole war to begin with was narcotics. And that trade, which is interesting because again it does bear some historical truth in this as well.
And I did gloss over the comments about how the narcotics would be run, etc. A, because I knew you'd have something to say on it, and B, because I wanted to have some support when we start talking about the racist tirades that follow.
Yeah, and and it was and this was this was a legit issue, I suppose, with the mob families that the official rule from the Mafia Commission for years was that you don't deal in drugs.
Yeah,
the reality,
and what you do
the
dealing
reality of it was you don't get caught dealing in drugs. Or
like Clemenza says, he pays his men more so they don't deal in drugs.
Yeah.
The Don says no, these drugs they're not. Tatalia says they're not harmless vices, or Tatalia says that it's a harmless vice like women, gambling, and alcohol. That's how Tatalia tries to spin it.
Yeah, and then there's the other guy who sort of says, look, no, they're harmful, but this thing's a thing, and hey, I'd sooner, if someone's going to control it, it should be us.
Yeah, and it should be controlled.
But this is one
and the tirade we get of, I don't want it near schools, I don't want it sold to children.
Yeah,
I want it controlled.
The fact of the matter is, again, this is a classic episode. You know how the mob is a little glorified in this. This is a big example of that, because in their own mythology for years, that the mob would say, "We don't deal drugs. We don't do, like drugs is dirty. We don't deal that. It's like a morally reprehensible to us." Absolute bullshit.
They did. They just did it through proxies and.
Oh, they absolutely
and Minutemen.
I mean. The guy who is often portrayed as like the old school mafia godfather was a guy named Joe Bonanno, and who even wrote this book in like the early 1980s. His first mafia don to write an autobiography called A Man of Honor, and would talk about how I hate. But he's the guy who actually set up like heroin trafficking routes into the States. The whole thing was, like I said, the real rule was don't get caught.
As with most things.
Yeah, I mean, and there was a whole edict. Yeah, certain mob bosses like Paul Castellano, for example, did pass an edict down that I don't want my guys caught dealing drugs. But it was more, we supply it to things like people like the black gangs or whatever. They can do the dealing in the street. We'll take a cut. Yeah. We'll take a
protection racket.
Essentially, they'll pay a tax to us for hiking it on the streets, essentially.
Yeah.
So but it's a big, and I think this is in a certain way, because I said you can sort of almost say that this is a certain thing where you can argue this is a real episode of possibly this movie glorifying the mafia a little bit over the drug trade thing, of this argument being there, and like the Corleone's supposed to be maybe being a bit more honourable or whatever. So, no, this is such a dirty business, drugs. And bear in mind, Nixon, Nixon's about to declare a war on drugs.
Yeah, Nixon's about to declare a war on drugs. You've got Vietnam. Coppola's going to go on to make Apocalypse Now. Drugs are the big issue.
Yeah.
Socially, they are the big issue of the time. Most of the soldiers coming back from Vietnam have got hooked on something while they're out there.
Ooh.
They're either drinking heavy, or they're smoking something, or whatever it is they're taking. Which, most of them are teenage conscripts, and they're trying to get through. But, and, basically you've created a generation of drug addicts, because you sure as hell didn't give them any other support or any other way of getting out of it, did you?
I think at the same time, in that whole scene in the commission meeting, Don Vito actually does point out that this will bring the drugs business also will bring a lot more heat from law enforcement.
Exactly.
And again, there's some historical truth behind this, because
law enforcement would absolutely turn a blind eye to, speakeasies during the temperance era.
Yeah.
They would absolutely turn a blind eye to prostitution. They would absolutely turn a blind eye to gambling in states where it was illegal. Because those things were considered harmless vices. It's like...
But
in the UK, you would think we have quite a stringent set of laws on the books about drugs, about weed. In practical terms, most police don't deal with drugs. Like, there are areas in the UK where the police have said on record, look, we don't go looking for drug dealers or drug takers as long as they're not blatant about it. Like, there was one area where they said, like, look, we know the guy's a drug dealer, we know he's growing his own, but as long as he's not blatant about it and he's not, you know...
Yeah.
Because it's understood that certain things, you know, and that's weed. That's not like cocaine or heroin or anything like that. That's weed. But again, it's that thing of what do we consider a harmless vice? What is worth the police officer's time to actually try and chase down?
But again, I was going to get to a bit more on the historical basis of this. Is yes, this is true because it's very well known up until, shall we say, the mid to late 1950s, the FBI turned a blind eye to the mob. And it was only
the CIA would bring in drugs into America for long enough.
Oh, yeah. But this is the thing. The CIA weren't interested. The FBI turned a blind eye to the mafia for a while.
It was the better of two evils. A, they didn't have the resources to go after them. B, if they did, they couldn't guarantee a conviction anyway. And C, it wasn't worth their time or effort because they weren't causing trouble.
The FBI was, very briefly, the FBI was very much a statistics-driven organisation. Didn't do a lot of long, in-depth investigations. They wanted to
unless they thought you were a communist.
Yeah. But there was one federal agency that did go after the mafia and in a big way. No, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics.
Yeah.
They would have won it. So this is one of the. This is probably one of the. They had much better files on the mafia than the FBI had in the 50s. And this is one of the reasons why it was like stay away from drugs, because these guys will go up. The FBN will go after you. The FBI, we can deal with them. We can deal with Hoover and that, you know. But the FBN, Harry Anslinger, he will go after you.
But there is a reason, famously, that these mob bosses who eventually got caught, they didn't get caught on narcotics, or they didn't get caught on prostitution or gambling or anything else. They got caught on taxes because they didn't pay tax on their earnings.
Yeah.
That's how they had to go after them, because there weren't grounds, there wasn't evidence enough to get a conviction on anything else.
Yeah, but they didn't. I mean, really, it wasn't until the 1980s that they ever got convictions on bosses at all.
Exactly.
By as a result of the RICO Act. Hence, go back to last week's stream, Little Caesar.
Yeah.
You don't know what the RICO Act is.
Yeah. And so we've got this whole conversation of, and the thing is, Vito's been very reasonable, and you see the characters. You see Clemenza and Vito are physically in the scene, but also politically on the same side. If it's got to happen, and if they've got to allow it, it needs to be controlled. Keep it away from children. Keep it out of schools. You know, and they are the old school, old guard style of, they're not profit driven. They still want to be able to sleep at night. Well, then you've got Bazzini and Tattaglia, who are more profit driven. And the reason all this has happened, don't forget, is because when Tattaglia came to Vito and asked for permission to bring narcotics in, Sonny leaned forward and fucked up. Sonny leaned forward and said, hang on, you said you can do how much profit? And Sonny gave him, you know,
gave him that little,
shut him up and put him down in front of them. Because my son, he hasn't learned to control his mouth yet. Yeah? He's a good boy, but he hasn't learned to control his mouth. And he shames Sonny there because Sonny screws him over so badly with that cock-up. And that, to me, that cock-up's the entire catalyst for this movie. Because without Sonny's cock up there, they don't know that killing Vito brings Sonny in as the Don who would allow it. Ergo, there, and then they have, everything else doesn't fall into place. So we have the meeting, and we have the supposed peace between Tattaglia and Corleone. And we have the arrangement to bring Michael back. And I love this speech from Vito of, but I'm a suspicious man. I'm a superstitious man. And if some terrible accident should befall my boy, if he should be shot in the head by a police officer, if he should hang himself in his prison cell, if he should be struck by lightning, then I will blame. Then there are people at this table I will blame.
Yeah.
In other words,
if he dies of anything other than very old age,
you fuckers are for it.
You fuckers are for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, that's Vito saying these are my terms of peace. That's Vito, and that's all Vito went into that meeting for. So
he wanted Michael back. Yeah.
Vito's very clever because he plays it as Vito knows he's got to give up something on the narcotics. He goes into the meeting knowing that, and I think that was always the plan. Because he's not pissed off at Sonny for jumping into the conversation because he didn't want to get involved in drugs. He's pissed off at Sonny for showing his hand early. That's why he was pissed off at Sonny.
This is the thing.
So Vito doesn't leave that meeting in any sort of position where he's not got what he wanted.
Yeah,
he gets what he wants. The narcotics are going to be controlled and they're going to come in and he's going to get a cut. He's also going to get a cut because he's in control of the senators, and Michael gets to come home. He gets everything he wants out of that meeting, and yet everyone at the table feels like they've won because of the way he plays it.
And Vito went in there trying to confirm his suspicions about who's behind this. He finds out, and he found that out. But yeah, Vito really. This is like Vito's This is like that man, chess grandmaster shit.
It's diplomacy to the nth degree. Do you know what I want? I want to see the secret tapes of Vito and Humphrey from Yes Minister in the same room. Just imagine that meeting of minds. Like, that would be something to see, wouldn't it? Like that's the level of diplomacy we've got going on here.
Don Vito, it takes time to get revenge now.
The thing is, I think Humphrey and Vito think the same way, so they'd actually make a hell of a team together.
This is a scary thought, actually.
That is a scary thought. Those two teaming up, isn't it?
Scary thought. If we ever do the series Yes Minister, and there's an episode of Media Musings, hint ring.
Hint ring.
We can discuss Sir Humphrey in great detail.
Yeah. But yeah, and he's very much he's almost akin to Sir Humphrey in that he's very calm, relaxed, laid back, everything in its own time, reasonable, everything's thought through, everything's, he's not thinking 3 moves ahead like a regular chess player. He's thinking 12 moves ahead, 10 years ahead, and he's also remembering from 15 years ago that one thing that happened that everyone else has forgotten. That's what's going on with the Don. And that's his approach, and he does it really well. And then we have the Orange Garden.
Well, I'll say this: there's a little bit of should we say a bit of history, should we say, with certain mafia bosses, the most successful ones being students of Machiavelli.
Oh yes, definitely.
Vito definitely is someone.
Vito has read Machiavelli. Absolutely,
Vito,
yes.
Definitely read it and taken it to heart.
Yeah, Vito's read Machiavelli. He's read Sun Tzu.
Well,
like, I happen to know.
The only fictional mob boss I know has read Sun Tzu is Tony Soprano. But if we ever cover the Sopranos, I'll talk about that.
Shut up about it. But but Vito is, he's read these books, but he doesn't quote them at you. He just uses what he's learned.
I think
He actually, he's done more than just read the books. He's understood them.
Well, there's a famous thing. I mentioned Carlo Gambino earlier. He would always like say to his underlings, "You got, to be in this world, you got to be like a lion and a fox." And they thought this was some big wise. These street guys thought this is big, some wise thing Carlo's come up with, not realizing that he's quoting Machiavelli.
Yeah, and obviously Machiavelli based it on Cesare Borgia.
Yeah.
Which, right at the start of this stream when I said there's a link between medieval and Middle Ages aristocracy and the mob.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Machiavelli. That's one of the links anyway. But yeah, then we have we've seen the funeral, and then we have the Orange Garden. And this is where Vito gives Michael the information he needs. And I strongly recommend, if you're ever watching this film, if there's ever a point where you don't understand what's happening, watch the Orange Garden scene again. Because that's where it all falls into place. Where it's all explained and everything happens. And Vito explains what his plans were, and we see how his plans align with Michael in that the plan was eventually to go straight, they just ran out of time. And he tells Michael who the traitor is, and he tells Michael how to plan it and everything else.
Yeah, so he doesn't necessarily know exactly who the traitor is. This is, but it says, someone will come to you
offering to meet.
The guy who does this is going to be the traitor.
Yeah.
So Vito. Yeah, Vito is
very intelligent.
And it's almost like the last lesson he's given to his son here.
It is, isn't it?
In a certain way.
The last thing he can do for his son is prepare him to go to war.
Yeah.
Because Vito understands, and more importantly, Michael understands, that as much as he's been this famous Marine captain who, decorated war hero, he does not understand how the mafia works and how their wars work. And what Vito does with this is he gives Michael just enough information to get him on the right track.
Yeah.
And he gives him just enough information to survive in the short term. But in that is also the lessons that will make sure Michael survives in the long term.
You get the feeling.
But he trusts Michael is intelligent enough to grasp those lessons. Because he's not explicit about it in the slightest. He's not explicit.
But this is interesting scene because in a certain way, this is Vito in a certain way passing the torch.
Even more so than the office scene, I would say.
Yeah, this is very much. This is the passing of the torch scene, but this is also the scene of Vito saying, "This isn't what I wanted for you, Michael." The whole thing we said, I wanted you to be, Senator Corleone or whatever, I didn't want
Representative Corleone, Senator Corleone, Councillor Corleone, President Corleone, it is the passing of the torch, but it's also, it gives Michael something to aim for. And it kind of validates Michael's plans up until this point. Because Michael wants to go straight. That's why Tom's out.
Yeah.
But the Godfather saying, this isn't what I wanted for you, validates his plans. Because he now has something to aim for the next generation.
Yeah.
Which is, that's what sets up the sequels that follow. And, we have the duality of the Godfather is shown really well in this final scene that he's in. Because he's playing with the kid and he's happy and it's fun.
Yeah.
But then he terrifies the kid with the orange.
Yeah.
He's playing, but he's also terrifying.
This is... Yeah, this is... I think this was so... this scene is so well done. But it's just essentially this. I mean, in a way, it's really showing the human side of Don Vito, in the sense that he
He's
does the thing with the
granddad.
orange.
He plays games and
He's playing games and I'm scaring the kids and chasing the kid around the garden and having fun. And he's having fun.
There is a thing. They were playing and having fun, but they couldn't get the kid to act scared of him. The kid wouldn't play like that. The kid wouldn't do it on the day. Marlon Brando came up with the orange in the mouth thing and terrified the kid.
Yeah.
The kid is legit terrified in that scene. Then he's dead.
Yeah,
so,
that's but also there's almost quite a powerful thing that, it's like when he collapses and you can see he's collapsed, he's had this heart attack or whatever, he's died, and then the kid runs up to him and thinks this is part of the game that he's playing.
Yeah.
Because this kid's a toddler, he doesn't know. He's probably never seen anybody die.
Exactly, he doesn't know any different.
Doesn't understand this. This is Granddad playing a game.
Yeah. Granddad plays games like this all the time. He put the thing in his teeth and he's been a monster and, you know. And that is very much the way it's presented. And then we have the funeral, don't we?
In a way or another, I just think that's a very human way for Don Vito to...
Yeah, it's very...
It's a very...
And it's very intimate as well.
It's almost, in a certain way, it's like... I mean, because I think if you watch this show, you don't know any better. You think this is a guy who's going to meet with a violent death, especially with everything he's gone through.
And kind of, because we've seen him killed,
attacked
so many times.
And yet he dies.
Natural causes in his garden, playing with his grandkids.
And having fun playing with his grandchild. You know?
Yeah. Ring's saying that probably traumatised the kid later on, and yeah, it probably did. And it's one of those things where you kind of look at it and you think, aside from the kid being there, obviously, and being terrified by it and traumatised, that's kind of how anyone would want to go. Surrounded by family on a beautiful day, the orange blossoms on the air, you know. And it's just a beautiful day and he just time to go.
In a certain way, I think it's, for Don Vito, it'd be the way he'd want to go, I'd think. Like, he's, he's just there having fun playing with his grandchild, and that's his last...
Yeah, which makes the conversation with Michael almost his last will and testament.
Yeah.
You know, it's his last lesson, his last will and testament, with all that entails and the gravitas that carries. And then Michael is on his own and has to step up. Like, really step up for... Yeah. And the thing is with the Don as well, because we've seen him shot once. We've seen him take a beating. Like, we've seen him shot through the throat and survive. We've heard that there have been attempts on his life in the past. We've seen him lose Sonny, and we've seen the violence of this world. It comes as a shock, because by this point in the film, you're almost like, this man's going to live forever. Nothing can kill him.
That's what...
So it's almost like he had to have a natural death, because there's no way anyone else would be allowed to kill him. And it hits harder, I think, for that reason.
Yeah,
because we've been primed to believe that this guy can survive anything. And then something as mundane as a heart attack takes him out, and it's
and I think the fact that the thing that got me with the whole scene is that he's collapsed or whatever, and you can see, look this, he needs help or whatever, he's having a heart attack, and then the kid comes and sprays him in the face with the old water gun, like because his grandson, he's playing a game. His granddad's playing the game.
Yeah.
And
And it's like, it is very... That film, it's a lot of mixed emotions, but anyone who's ever known someone who has either been ill for a long time or has taken a lot of hard knocks in their life, it hits you harder when they die, especially if it's some kind of natural causes, because you just don't expect them to go. There are certain people in the world you sort of look and you think, yeah, they're not going to die, Death knocked on their door and got sent away with his tail between his legs, And then when they do finally go, it's like, holy shit, they were human. They were mortal. They didn't seem mortal. They were,
God, yeah. I mean, like the day I ever find out Keith Richards is actually human, it's going to be shocking.
Yeah, it's like when Betty White died. Everyone was just like, wait, she can die?
Yeah.
Like, Keith Richards.
Betty White was a hard pill to swallow. I got to say, Betty White was a very hard pill to swallow. Celebrity deaths.
Even to an extent, Meatloaf, you saw him and he was like this big bloke, and really lively on stage and everything else, and all the 27 Club, when Alice Cooper goes or Ozzy Osbourne goes, those ones are gonna hit hard because it's like the 70s didn't kill you, but.
I'll say Lemmy hit hard for me.
Yeah. Again, it's the same because you survived the 60s, 70s, and 80s. What killed you? Like, it's and we create this mythology about people, and I think we are primed to do that in this film with The Godfather, to create that mythology of him as a man who can survive anything.
Well, you know what the Keith Richards calls the 27 Club, don't you? Fucking lightweights.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but that's the thing, isn't it? So many people died and you survived things that would kill most other people. And we do build people up into this this mythical thing.
Yeah.
Because we don't want them to die. We like them, we love them, they're a part of our lives, and we don't want them to die, but we see them take so many hard knocks. And it's like, I never thought... you do kind of trick yourself into believing that these people are invincible. So when they go down, especially to something mundane, it's just it's a shock to the system. Then we have the funeral,
but it's almost the same thing where somewhere on the other side of that coin, it could be like the same thing where someone who's like really seen as so great or whatever. And they go down unforeseen, so there's got to be a conspiracy about it. Hey,
like the Kennedy assassination,
JFK, Diana, whoever,
it has to mean something more because they weren't gonna die like a normal person.
Yeah,
it wasn't their time. We weren't ready for them to go. They were too young, or how is that possible? And it's that instinct that gives rise to conspiracy theories. When you know someone, again, personal anecdote, but my mum was sick all my life growing up. All my life, in and out of hospital. Brought back to life 5 or 6 times when I was growing up. To the point, when I was 12, 13, 14, people would say to me, how'd you cope with your mum being ill? Like, you're scared she's going to die? And I'd laugh at them and I'd say, she's not going to die. Nothing can kill her. She's going to outlive death. Nothing can kill her. And then when she went, I broke because I wasn't prepared for it. Because I'd seen her fight back so many times and come back from comas and heart attacks and all other kinds of problems. And it's like you do build people up in your mind as nothing can take this person out. This person has proven time and time again that nothing can kill them. And anyway, it's one of those things. And then
I think that's
so that's what happened. That's the thing with the Don.
Kind of
we get to his funeral.
That's what happens with Don Vito, yeah.
Yeah. So back to Don Vito, and then we have his funeral, and Michael stood at the grave, and he gets the message, and the message comes at his father's funeral, and now he knows who the traitor is.
Who the traitor is, yeah.
And he starts to put things into place. And then we have, of course, he's head of the family now. So any children born into the family, he's going to be named Godfather. Because it's nice and traditional, as I was saying earlier. And it's Connie's, is it Connie's little boy?
Yeah, Connie and Carlo's son.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
His nephew, I think, he's a character in the later films.
Yeah, he is. He's a little shit in the later films.
Is it
But
is
he
it
does.
Antonio? Is that his name? I'm trying to remember. Is it Antonio or Tony?
I think it's Tony. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Antonio or Tony. So.
Yeah. Yeah, nuts. We're going for 4 hours at least because this film was nearly 3 hours long, and we always tend to double run time, don't we?
We're talking about The Godfather. Come on.
Mm.
We've done as well to get to this far and longer in the plot as we have done.
Yeah. So, yeah, and we skipped over bits as well. There's bits we skipped over and glossed over. And then we have the climax of the movie. This beautiful visual, just this whole thing cinematography is beautiful. The editing is beautiful. The design and the sound and this is just how to make a movie.
Oh damn yes.
Like I said, I love that scene with Tom and the Don for the intimacy. And if I was asked, show me a scene of true family love and intimacy, that. But this one of the baptism, and it's an interesting choice to put a baptism at the end of a movie, because baptisms are supposed to be about new beginnings and new life and growth and change. Which it is, but then it's juxtaposed with the baptism of fire.
Yeah,
this is Michael.
Of Michael, yeah, and it's. I mean, you could say that it is a baptism in the sense that this is essentially a beginning of a new era under Michael.
Yeah, it is. But it's Michael's beginning a new era.
This is
out with the old, in with the new.
Yeah, and whilst this whole thing is going on, we see the fact that, and bear in mind the position Michael's been in before this, that the Corleone family is seen as weak at this point, and the sharks are sniffing blood. He's about to take out all the sharks in one foul stroke.
Exactly.
In whilst his baptism, basically he knocks off the heads of the other 5 families.
He knocks.
So the Corleones are the only ones standing by the end of this.
Yeah, this is very much a sort of, it's a blitzkrieg, isn't it? It's a complete. Yeah. I don't want to use too many terms from the Second World War, even though it would be apt given Michael's history. But it is a. No, I'm not going to use that term. You probably know what term I'm thinking of, but I'm not going to use that term. Particularly when we're talking about Catholics and what that term actually referred to.
Yeah, okay, I know what you mean, but we'll not go there.
Yeah, we have been talking about the books as well, Amiga. You are right. We have been talking about it in between where relevant. But yeah, this is it's a baptism of fire. It's a death blow, and it's Michael does. It's audacious. It's audacious to take all 5 out in one fell swoop.
Yeah.
He gives himself the alibi of the baptism. And he doesn't just take out the heads of the 5 family. He's already taken out the traitor. Put him in the car and,
Yeah.
When he says, "Can I have a cigarette?" Yeah, okay. And then he knows he's dead. He knows there's a dead man in that car. He knows. And to an extent he accepts it because he has to, because of course he's the traitor, so he's been found out. Can you have a word? No, not for this.
No. Yeah, basically, hey, is there anything you can say? No, sorry, dude. You've gone, basically you fucked up.
Yeah, if I try and speak up for you, I'll be the next person put in a car with someone behind
But
me.
it's weirdly, I think the guy, he kind of almost accepts it in a certain way that
he does, because he knows he's
played the game.
He's crossed the devil, hasn't he? He's played the game and lost.
I guess that he knows he's lived by the sword and is about to die by the sword, and
yeah,
he's played the game and lost.
Yeah. And so we have, and into the church, and first of all, that is the wording of a baptism, or it was at the time. It's changed slightly now with Vatican 2.0 or whatever. Or Vatican 3 or whatever they're on now. I stopped paying attention when that was the wording of a baptism at one point. And the way it's all juxtaposed, it slowly builds up. And again, the soundtrack, we talked about the soundtrack earlier. The soundtrack behind this is very subtle, but it almost has the effect of the Jaws theme as it gets you hyped up and you know something's going to happen, but you're not quite sure what. And even though, and this is why I always recommend rewatching this film 2 or 3 times if you've never seen it and you've seen it once, because it takes 2 or 3 times to pick up on the fact that actually you have been told what's going to happen. What happens in this scene should not be a surprise. But it is, because Coppola does the very clever thing, and power to Puzo for writing it this way as well. The characters are more intelligent than the audience. And the characters are legitimately intelligent and strategically skilled. And therefore, you do stop and look at it and go, what the fuck's just happened? Like, it takes a moment to process what's happened because you're not expecting it. You know something's going to happen, but you can't quite believe Michael pulled that off. And gave himself the airtight alibi of he's now got a priest as his alibi. You know, that's just... And again, the whole Catholic thing of you don't argue with a priest. You do not argue with priests. Full stop. You just don't if you're Catholic. And it's a very... It's the classic baptism. And it is a very... There shouldn't be, but there are variations in Catholicism. There shouldn't be, because the whole point of the Catholic Church is that everyone prays the same way no matter where they are in the world.
Right. I'm better now. Right.
But the wording of the baptism is very much it's hellfire and damnation style of baptism. It's a very strict Catholic baptism, which only makes the gore and the horror of what happens even more violent and even more hard-hitting. Hey Danish, hey Nuts. Yeah, and this... to the point, I think, with this, it all happens so quickly, you don't even have time to process who it is who's been killed.
No, that's true. Cause I think I had to watch it back a couple of times, actually, this scene to see who all the targets were, and to realise it was the other four heads of the 5 families.
Yeah.
You know?
And this is where we see that cold, calculating... Michael, will you resist the devil? Will you renounce him and all his works? And and again, you know how I was talking about how being someone's godfather is this sacred thing? The fact that it gives an even greater depth to the depravity of Michael's character, that he arranges this to happen during the baptism. Because it almost comes across like this isn't just a baptism for the baby. This is Michael's... He takes part in the baptism, and it's almost his cleansing as well. There's a 3-part structure going on within this of... It's the baby's baptism. Plain and simple, baby's baptism. But the baby's baptism symbolises Michael becoming head of the family. Yeah,
it's almost Michael's...
But this is also Michael's baptism, because Michael is now washing himself clean of the past and the baggage and the other 4 families and the traitors and he is renouncing them. And he views them as the devil, but he's the devil. And he's renouncing them in order to move forward.
And I think this is what I say. You really get the whole, in this whole thing, you get the coldness. That, I mean, for lack of a better word, I'm going to say evil of Michael.
I cannot stress or highlight enough the brass balls that would take to stand up in church knowing you'd ordered deaths and to take part in a baptism. That is...
And to know this is happening whilst you're there.
I'm not even Catholic anymore, and I'm horrified at the idea of it. That's just... Listen, the last person to desecrate a church that badly was probably Cromwell.
Or Fargvikernes.
I still say Cromwell. You know, this is up there with the murder of Thomas Becket. This is a mortal sin he's committing, and he's doing it with a straight face. Because not only, if you think from the Catholic perspective, not only is he putting his own soul at risk by doing this, he's also putting the soul of the child at risk. The child who's done nothing wrong. But he's putting the soul of the child at risk by not being, I'm going to say ritually clean, but I don't mean it in, well, I do mean it in that sense, but when you go to sacrament in Catholicism, confession is a sacrament in Catholicism, as is your penance.
Yeah.
Michael hasn't done that. Michael hasn't made himself clean before God while doing this. He has desecrated the oath he's taking. Even at the moment he's taking it, the oath means nothing. And I really can't put it in non-religious terms how much of a violent act that is. Spiritually, for Michael and for the baby as well, and for the family in general. Like, that's the kind of act that in high fantasy novels brings down a curse on the entire bloodline. That is... Just go piss in the holy water, why don't you? You know... It's that kind of... I'm trying to put it into words, and the ex-Catholic in me is rearing up.
I don't think there is... I don't think there are words.
I don't think there is an equivalent, and that's the point. It's unspeakable. I really don't think there's an equivalent of what Michael does in this scene.
This is why, like I said, why I, for lack of a better word, I use the term evil in a sense now to describe what Michael's done. For lack of a better word.
It is evil. It is pure evil. Michael is the devil in this moment.
Yeah.
He becomes the fallen angel here. He praises God with his mouth, and yet in his heart and his soul, look at what he's doing.
Yeah. And also, what he's about to do as well, because he isn't done yet.
He's not done yet. That's only the start.
And this is the thing. He isn't even done yet. And
he should be... This is his Pontius Pilate moment. This is, He's just... What he does and what it means to find a similar... Maybe it's Henry VIII breaking away from the Pope. Maybe it's Cromwell destroying the monasteries. Maybe it's Judas. Maybe it's almost St. Peter. But I don't think even St. Peter's denial is on a par with this.
There isn't really anything you can... I mean, this is just cold. What he's done is just pure.
It's cold.
Cold.
It's calculated. And that's what makes it worse. Because all those other examples I've just given, Judas, St. Peter, Henry VIII, Cromwell, they were all emotionally driven decisions to an extent. They were done out of a sense of faith or of a sense of, they were done for other reasons. This is just cold. Like, he could have arranged this to happen on any other day and it would have happened. But it had to be during the baptism.
Yeah.
Because the whole family needed an alibi. You know what it is? It's very reminiscent of the killing of the Medici brother in Florence in the cathedral.
Oh, it wasn't not Lorenzo. I think Giuliano.
No, Lorenzo's brother, Giuliano.
Giuliano.
Yeah, killing
Giuliano de Medici. Yeah.
It's very reminiscent of that,
Mm.
and I don't think that's accidental. Because that whole thing, that caused a massive uproar because it was, the Sforzas, were... Their name was stripped, not the Sforzas, the Pazzi. Their name was stripped from Florence over that.
Yeah.
The Pazzi name in Florence is still kind of... You don't see it anywhere because it's been destroyed. Every aspect, damnation,
Well, there was one guy, but he ended up meeting a guy called Hannibal, so never mind.
Yeah, but then even he went down guts out, didn't he?
Yeah,
like his ancestor before him.
Yeah, but
and
I thought I'd have to get a Hannibal reference in there for you, your benefit.
Yeah, no, but it is the thing of this is the kind of sin that your great grandchildren will not want to admit they are descended from you because you've done this.
Yeah, and like I said, this what he's done here, and as I said. I always hate using the word evil, but it's probably the best word I can use for what Michaels does in this moment.
Yeah, it's a mortal sin. And he betrays the trust of his father built with these people as well.
Yeah.
And it's a betrayal more than anything. It's a betrayal of the baby. It's a betrayal of his own family and their trust in him. And their trust that he will be a benevolent leader. It's a betrayal of his allies. It's wrong on every level.
And we talked earlier in the stream about the significance of, you talked at length of this earlier on about significance of being a godfather in the Catholic faith.
Yeah.
He is swearing these oaths whilst
I think
this is happening, and bear in mind what he's about to do as well. He's not even done yet. So we said what he's about to do.
Exactly. And what he knows he's about to do, which makes this oath moot. And the thing is, the oath you take as a godparent, the oath he takes there, that oath is more sacred than a marriage vow.
Mm.
That's the level we're talking about here. To get to an oath that's on the level of being made a godparent for someone in the Catholic Church, you've got to look at people who have taken the cloth. You've got to start looking at priests and nuns and bishops to get even the level of that what that entails.
Yeah.
And the fact that he clearly has no respect for that whatsoever.
I think we've pretty much established that what Michael has done here has crossed every fucking line.
Yeah, it's like he's crossed every line.
Maybe we probably need to move on to the crescendo real ends now, I think.
Yeah, the conversation with Kay.
Yeah. And obviously
it has to be Kay who has this conversation, because she's the only one who's not indoctrinated into the culture, who is still willing to question.
But it's the fact that Connie as well is a big part of this scene.
Mm. Yeah.
And I think this is interesting because, well, obviously we'll perhaps actually hold on before we even get to this. What he does to Carlo.
Yeah.
We even got to that. And essentially coming after this christening. Now Carlo's a traitor.
It's Carlo's son.
But it's Carlo's son that he's just sworn all his oaths to.
Exactly, and that's what makes the betrayal even more so. It's Carlo's son.
And I think what was shocking to me is that Michael even reassures Carlo that, hey, no, listen, yeah, you fucked up badly, but your family still. Here's but and he said, I'm not going to make my sister a widow.
Exactly, and he says it with a straight face.
And it's almost like, and you're always thinking, okay, here's your punishment. You're out of the family, but you will not get any. You're not getting any piece of this pie anymore. That's your.
And that is, in a sense, that I think is what Vito would have done. Vito would have said, okay, look,
that's what Vito would have done. But
and it would have been, okay, Connie's going to come home to live at home, and you're out. Because I don't want my daughter around you because you've beaten her and everything else, but you're out.
I think Vito may have, or in the situation that he's still with Connie or whatever, there may have been the thing of, you're out with the family, but I'll let you live. But there is still one condition. You ever fuck with my daughter, you ever beat the fuck out of my daughter again, you are dead. Yeah.
And it would be, the reason you are not a dead man right now is because you're the father of my grandchild with Vito.
Yeah.
That would have been enough for Vito, I think.
Yeah.
But Michael crosses that line.
Yeah. But it's the fact that he even sort of just like, he gets the whole confession out of him, as to who it was who was approached him and so on.
And Carlo genuinely believes he's a dead man at that point. Like, you genuinely wonder, like, the way it's acted as well is brilliantly acted. Like, the guy, his face, you almost... You would not blame the poor guy in that situation if he'd pissed himself out of terror.
I wouldn't at all.
And you almost get the impression that he very nearly does.
Yeah, because he knows the situation he's in, right? But I think this is what is so cold, and what is so cold about Michael in this whole thing is that, to me, is I always feel that this is almost going into the sadistic realm here now, where he's reassured him, hey, look, you're not going to die. Your family. He gives him that reassurance. I'm not going to make my sister a widow, but here's the deal.
You're out.
You're out, kind of thing. And he reassures Carlo. I mean, the whole thing is Carlo's got to be like, oh, thank God, he's not going to kill me.
Mm.
And then he gets him in the car. And then they garrote him in the car. And it's like, that's almost that's an even another level, because that's a level of sadism there from Michael, I think.
Yeah, it's almost like it's kind of similar era, but you know those old spy films or war films where you have the prisoners of war and they think, oh, we're under the Geneva Convention, we're safe, and then they get led down a corridor and someone puts a bullet in the back of their head.
Yeah.
It's that going on. It's that betrayal of, you lied to the man, and you didn't give him the chance to go honourably. You didn't give him the chance to make his case. At least the other guy who betrayed him, that guy had enough that he knew it was going to happen, and he had the opportunity to choose how he was going to go. Like, he wanted to smoke, he wanted to,
Yeah.
And so, and he's, it's...
But I always feel with this particular scene that it would have been a bit more humane in Michael to just be honest and tell him, look, you're going to fucking die.
Yeah.
But
and it's almost...
And that's where I felt like this is even more cruel, that he reassures him,
it's an insult, isn't it?
It's
because it's saying to him that you can't handle the truth.
Yeah. But I almost feel it's like, is it almost that there's an element of sadism there in this, I think. The cruelty is real with the cruelty of this.
Yeah, there is. I mean, you can read it two ways. You can read it as there's an element of cruelty, but there's the cruel to be kind, you know. We don't tell animals when we're, you know. Would you want to know? Is the question that's asked with Carlo. Would you want to know?
Yeah.
Would you, hand on heart, if you knew you had royally fucked up and you were and you could potentially be for it, would you want to know?
Yeah, that's a good. It's always
Because
a good
I
question.
think that's what judgment is happening here, and I think what Michael does there, he judges Carlo and finds him wanting. Because a made man, a good man, an honourable man would want to know. Would want to face it like a man and go down honourably, as much as he could, and would want to face it. Whereas he almost, it's not feminising him, it's more infantilising him. Because he says Carlos wouldn't want to know, and Michael doesn't want to see Carlos throw away the last of his dignity over it. Because he knows that if he tells Carlos he's a dead man, all he's going to get is a lot of begging and whinging, and it's going to be embarrassing for everyone involved. And at least if Carlos thinks he's not going to die, he can go down with something resembling dignity.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, it's...
Plus it gives
it's
Michael
honestly,
an alibi with his sister.
It's very difficult to almost assign what's going through Michael's head at this point. But either way, what he does is... Either way you look at this, what he does is fucking... Now, even if
it's vicious.
It's vicious. Even if you think Carlo deserves it, what, you know...
I think what it is, that's Michael's last... Michael casts judgment on Carlos, and Michael finds that... I don't think Michael believes Carlos can go down honourably if he knows it's coming. Carlos will go down begging and whinging and crying. And Michael wants to... I think to an extent, Michael wants to give Carlo one last thing
put a good point in the chat there.
Yeah, Carlo was a bully. He could dish it out, but he couldn't take it. Yeah. And Michael knew that. And I think the thing with Michael is, at the end of the day, this man is still his sister's husband. And there's still a level of, if we've got to kill him, we've got to do it in a way where he doesn't look like, you know, because if he's found to be begging and crying and whinging on the streets and that gets out, that looks bad on Carlo and on his memory, and it looks bad on Connie and on the baby. And they carry that shame of he went down crying and whinging. Whereas if he doesn't tell him and he just goes, and that's the end of it, at least Connie and the baby can say, well, you know, he went down, and he went down with a level of dignity left. So I think in Michael's twisted way, because what I've just described is definitely a very twisted way of thinking, I think in Michael's twisted way, he probably thought he was being kinder to do it that way.
Possibly. It may, yeah, it's probably the way. I'm sure it's probably the way Michael even justified it to himself. Again, people, I'm going to put it in the live chat. I'm not really diving into the psychology of Michael Corleone, but if anyone wants to watch a video about that.
Look, Michael Corleone is a psychologist's either dream or nightmare. Like, you know, you made the Hannibal reference earlier. Though he is on a par with. It's that level of utter lack of empathy is what's going on. And it's Michael, again, throughout this film, Michael has pretended empathy. He's play-acted empathy. He's play-acted his emotions. You see it in, you know, like I was saying with Apollina. Apollina's the closest we see to Michael feeling real emotion.
Yeah.
Like real love for someone. It's the only person he's truly affectionate with. And I think by this point in the film, Michael is already fundamentally broken.
Yeah.
Like, mentally, he's fundamentally broken. He's come back off a war, he's lost his brother and then his father in quick succession. He's had way too much thrown at him, and he's broken. He's broken, and he's reshaped himself into the mold of trying to survive. He's in survival mode at this point. And when you're in survival mode, you don't have time to stop and think about people's feelings. You just have to go for it. And that's what Michael's doing.
So, I guess now we want to get to this final scene, and I think we probably need to wrap it up then.
Yeah, with Kay. And again, like I said, it's got to be Kay because she's the only one who's still got... she's the only one who doesn't know for certain that it was Michael.
Okay. Obviously, there's Connie as well in this whole scene.
It has to be the women because they have been kept separate from it, so they don't know for certain that all of this was Michael. Therefore, they don't have the fear of approaching him that someone like one of his capos or Tom or Fredo or one of the others would have, because they don't know for certain that it is Michael. So they still remember the sweet, kind young man in his uniform who came to the wedding and was respectful to the family, and you know he's still that Michael in their minds. And so this conversation happens, and it's got to be them. And like I said, Connie's a scrapper. Connie's got the brass balls to ask him regardless, and so's Kay. They're girls that were raised in the American way. You know, they're not.
And I think there's an important thing with Connie here is even though she's been abused by Carlo, she's obviously, even if she, she's still sad at being left a widow here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's her father's it's her child's father. You know,
Yeah.
You've not just killed the man who abused her; you've killed her child's father.
Despite everything he did to her.
Yeah. And it is that thing of you've made your nephew an orphan.
Mm.
I think she says that to him, doesn't she? You've made my son an orphan.
Yeah.
Right as you promised to be his godfather.
Yeah.
You've committed the worst betrayal. You're his godfather, and you've killed his actual father.
Yeah, but there's that whole scene, obviously Connie having a go at him for that, and then they get her out the room, and then with Kay and Michael, and it's the whole famous line, "Don't ask me about my business," but
and then Kay says, Kay pushes, and he says, "Okay, just this once you can ask,"
and he fucking lies to her.
But she knows he's lying, and that's the point.
Yeah.
She knows he's lying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, she doesn't believe him for a second when he says he didn't know.
Yeah, and then Connie. I want to just touch on Connie for a moment, because something happens to Connie here that's really interesting. It happened earlier in the film as well. Every time Connie gets up in her feelings, every time she gets wound up, they call the doctor and have her sedated.
Yeah.
They can't handle her.
Oh, no.
And that does come back to bite Michael later. Like, he can't handle Connie.
No, he can't.
And you almost think, in an alternate universe where girls are given the same opportunity as boys, would it have been Connie who took over the family? Which, if anyone wants to write that alternate universe fan fiction, please link me to it. Because that could be an interesting take.
Yeah, if it exists already, please, somebody.
Yeah, because Connie and Sonny were very similar in that regard, but you see the difference. When Sonny lost his temper and got wild, it was a sign that he was a man and he was virile and he was powerful. when Connie gets like that, oh,
she's-
send for the doctor,
she's-
have her sedated. She's a hysterical woman.
She's hysterical. She's erratic. Yes.
Yeah. But she knows, and Kay knows, and the thing is that that's Kay's opportunity as well to walk away, and she doesn't.
Yeah.
Any sane person, I'm sorry, I don't care if you're a
At
man,
this point,
woman,
any sane
whatever your
person's
gender
like,
is.
okay, get the fuck
Okay, I'm
out. while
done.
you still
I'm
can.
out.
Yeah.
I'm out. I don't want to know. At that point, when he says, "Don't ask me about my business," and she says, "But and he says, "Okay, ask me once." The question she should have asked there, ask him. But when he said, that's what he was doing there. He was giving her the chance to get out without having any knowledge. He was giving her plausible deniability if she wanted to leave. Like, you can leave now, and I've just given you the alibi you need to say that you knew nothing about any of this, and you can walk away now. That's what he's giving her. And again, in Michael's mind, that's probably a kindness. Or is he testing her? Maybe both.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways you can look at it.
Yeah, and it's really interesting
and
that she
there's maybe,
stays.
yeah, and it is in a way, because maybe there's a bit of denial on her part as well, that even though she knows in her heart of hearts, Michael's lying when he said he didn't have part in this. She knows deep down, but maybe, I don't know, maybe she's kind of thinking, maybe she's at this point even believing this whole thing of, hey, look, just a few more years, we'll be out, we'll be out of this
We'll be straight, we'll go straight.
We'll be straight. And she's thinking, and maybe she's thinking it to herself.
And she's remembering that bright-eyed young man who said, "That's my family, Kay, it's not me," who said, "We want to go straight." And she's sticking around for that young man who I don't think there's much left of by this point.
No, I think he's completely gone by this point, completely. But maybe, Kay hasn't seen. I mean, there's a whole number of ways you can interpret this final scene. And then the whole thing of him, but then that whole last scene of the people that got the mafiosi coming in
and,
paying homage to him, the new Don Corleone at the end.
Yeah,
as the door
Godfather.
shuts.
Yeah, and kissing his hand.
Is helpful ending.
It's ominous, isn't it? It's ominous. It's a great setup for the story that follows.
It is. Which, stick around for next week.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, I think that's set up in such a way, Kay would have to be a blithering idiot, and she's a lot of things, but she's not an idiot. She would have to be a blithering idiot not to put that together and figure that out. Like, the Don has made his bones with that move that he made. That's why they're showing him the respect.
It might be the thing that it's either, I don't think she's a blithering idiot, but I think maybe she's justifying it to herself.
I said she would have to be a blithering idiot if she believed him lying to her.
Oh yeah, and I don't think she believed it for a second, but I think
me neither.
In her, essentially, it's probably an internal thing. Is she's somehow trying to justify this to herself at some point?
Yeah. It's not just a river in Egypt. She still has to believe that Michael wants to go straight. And to an extent he does, and he does want to go straight. But what I think Kay has learned, and what she's realised, and what we learn as the audience, is that everybody has a line they won't cross. Everybody has, I'm willing, this far, hither or that shall go, but no further. That's it. The great scene in Columbo with the whiskey glass and marking the whiskey glass. I shall drink this much and no more. Everyone has their line in their sand of, I won't kill. I won't torture someone. I won't do this. I won't do that. I won't do the other to get ahead. That moment is the moment Kay realises, I think, Michael doesn't have a normal person's limits. Michael wants to go straight, but Michael is willing to play as dirty as it gets to do that. And that, I think, Michael is an ends justify the means person. To Michael, if the family manages to go straight and take control and be safe and everything else and raise a new generation, then it will have been worth it no matter what it was.
That is how Michael would justify it to himself.
Yeah. Whereas with Kay, that doesn't justify certain things. And we see it in later films when she's always on at him. I thought you were going to go straight. I thought you were going to go straight. I thought you were going to go straight. And he's like, these things take time. They take time. They take time. And they do take time, but they don't take that long. Yeah. To the extent in the third film, she accuses him of liking not being straight and
third film's not canon.
Wanting to.
Third film
yeah,
doesn't
I know,
count.
But certain parts of the third film are relevant.
Yeah, I know, but we said earlier in the stream we're employing the Badger rule on the third film.
Yeah. Also, little bit of trivia for you. The baby in the baptism was Sophia Coppola.
Yep, that's very true.
Because apparently there was some issue afterwards because of the way they'd filmed that she'd technically been baptised as a boy.
Oh boy.
Which is typical of Coppola to be that persnickety about it that it actually held, isn't it?
Yeah, that is classic Coppola.
Does that make Al Pacino her godfather?
Let's not even go down that route. Okay, I think
that's about everything.
I think that's about everything. We cut this down to a nice 4.5 hour stream. So.
To be fair, the film's 3 hours long. We haven't doubled the runtime, so we're not doing too bad.
No, we've done all right. Yeah, we've done all right here. I'll say this about the film. I watched it again yesterday. I hadn't watched it in a long time. 3 hour long film. Did not feel like 3 hours watching that. It felt like it felt like a 90-minute film or something. It's got that, even though it's not like a big action packed kind of thing. It's just got moves along at a. Not necessarily
it's a sedate
fast
film, but it's not
It doesn't move along at a fast, but it keeps your attention, I think.
Yeah, I think what it is with this film, in order to fully understand and appreciate this film, your brain's got to be working on about 4 different levels at the same time. It's like playing chess or playing poker or something. You've got to be thinking like 5 or 6 different things at once. And because your brain's working so hard for the length of the film, you don't notice the time passing. I think that's what it is with this film. That's why this film doesn't feel very long.
Okay. So I think we should probably wrap up. So I'm going to take Ring's responsibility here and say, Noodle, final thoughts?
Excellent film. Stands up despite the pervasive racism, sexism and other bigotry and other issues with it. A film very much of its time. A film that I think has earned the right to be a foundational text in the history of Hollywood and a historical document in that sense. And a film that's impact, I think the fact that we're even celebrating 50 years of The Godfather and that it's an official thing that they're celebrating it speaks volumes to its impact.
And yeah, I absolutely think so. Now, I'll say last week, Ring and I were on here, we talked about Little Caesar, which is a 90-year-old film.
Mm.
We're talking a 50-year-old film. I guarantee you, in another 50, maybe 60 years' time, there'll be somebody on YouTube long after you and I are dead and buried, Noodle and Ring. You know, we'll be dead and buried. There'll be someone doing a show similar to this, and we'll be talking about The Godfather as a
foundational
show,
text in the genre.
as a yeah. The Godfather is going to be going to be a timeless movie. It's going to be, it's going to be talked about, by generations after we're dead and gone. It is that impactful. But it is if people have not seen this, it's one of those films you've got to see at least once in your lifetime. It's like if you spend, if anyone's watching this has not watched this, take 3 hours out of your life and watch The Godfather.
It's 3 hours. And The Godfather Part 1 as well. I actually prefer this one to Part 2. I know I'm in the minority when I say that, but I prefer this to Part 2.
I love Part 2, but I actually am kind of with you on this one.
We are in the minority, though. A lot of people very much love Part 2.
Well, we got Part 2, and again, if we're saying how highly we're praising Part 1 here, and everyone's saying Part 2's better, guys, tune in next week because we're doing Godfather Part 2.
And I will point out, we've taken the Badger rule for Part 3, but if it was not part of the Godfather trilogy, Part 3 would be a reasonable movie.
Yeah.
It's like The Godfather Part 3 is a bad movie in the way that Pixar has bad movies. It's a bad movie for what it is, but taken on its own, it's still a middle of the road movie.
If it's own standalone thing, it'd be okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that it was
just in comparison to the other two.
It's supposed to be a sequel to one of the great all-time film franchises. So, okay. Noodle. Actually, no. Shilling. Actually, before I ask you, Ring, you're in the chat. This is your channel. People don't realise Ring has had some technical issues, and this is why Ring is not with us right now.
Yeah.
Ring, if you've got anything to shill, please put it in the live chats right now. Noodle, you got anything you'd like to shill?
Nope. I'll be here next week for Part 2. But other than that, nothing from me to chill.
Yeah.
Scummer?
Okay, I've got nothing. I said I'll be here next week or for that. I am still planning on doing. I've got this idea for a show that I'm hoping to launch within the next couple of weeks, but things have kind of got on top of me recently with being ill and stuff. But I have a concept I'm going to do called philosophical waffle, which is the point of being a philosophical idiot tries to dive into philosophy. The philosophical idiot being me. So I'm just sort of trying to get an idea for a format for that, and that might be a regular thing.
Philosophy for dummies.
Yeah, philosophy for fucking morons. So it's basically, and yet I still think I'm better than a whole lot of the online atheists.
Well, yeah, you are, because you at least are open to criticism and communication.
Yeah.
So there is that. I'm sure you'll get into more depth when you launch that. Ring is not putting anything in the chat. It's just it's a question mark, lol.
It's a question mark. Okay. I suppose we best think about signing off then.
Yeah.
And Ring, we will need you to close down the stream in a couple of minutes when we do this. So
yeah, bring extra popcorn next week, because if you thought this ran for a long time, part 2 is dense. Like, the movie is dense and it's 3 hours long. It's even more dense than this one. So strap in, folks. Bring drinks, bring popcorn, bring snacks.
Bring caffeine, because you might need to stay awake for it.
Or alcohol, maybe both.
Bit of both.
Yeah.
So, taglines, Noodle.
Take care, be good, and if you can't be good, be careful.
And I was going to say something like the purpose of a storyteller, but I can't remember Ring's tag phrase. So
remember, the purpose of a storyteller is to give you questions to think on. It's not to tell you what to think, but to give you questions to think on. Too often we forget that.
Thank you. Ring, if you're there in the background, shut us down, please.
Come on, Ring. This is the awkward outtakes now. Yeah, Ring's fighting to get in. I think if we both leave, it'll shut it down.
I don't think that's how it works.
Yeah.
No,